Yeah, yeah. That's what my white friends call me. So don't call me like you're from Elokshini, like I am. So Sibu is my name for today. So thank you so much. Thank you very much for everyone coming. Today we are going to have a wonderful day. We are going to have fun. We are going to learn. We are going to grow with the intent of impacting others who are out there. So before we start, I just have a number of people I would like to acknowledge who happen to be our funders, our partners in this conference. The likes of Sama, Dovetail, African Bank, Health Guard, Masana, Black Dot, Rick Wood, Life Destiny, ICANN, Troy, SAUBC, Capitec, and GREE. May we all please just put our hands together for them as they're here. And mind you, we have quite a few people running a bit late, but because Dr. Dave is quite a punctual man, so we're going to honor that standard. Is that right? 100%, no compromise. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start our program. My name is Spu Kumalo, and as we start, we're going to request the technical team to bless us with the national anthem. But before they do, may we all kindly stand in respect to the prayer we are going to make for the nation. Thank you.
Usisingeleli Afrika, maluphakanisu phondo lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi, sikelela thina, lusapho lwayo, luvela buluka sitshaba sa Yesu.
Dr. Dan, I was actually guilt-tripped when I was about to start. And I'm asking myself, how am I going to ask Lababantu Gutibanjani, how are they? When you actually see that they're beautiful and handsome. So I don't know, should I ask or should I compliment? Compliment. Oh, and that's a lady saying that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you look beautiful, you look handsome, but I need you to turn to this person next to you. Tell this person you look great. Turn to them again and tell them, but I look fantastic. If you look great, but I look fantastic, baby. No, thank you so much. I would like to acknowledge the presence of those online. Mind you, we are here actually, but there are thousands more around the continent, around the globe, watching us online. So as much as Dr. Dave would say, good to see TV, we are on TV. So mind how you're going to chew your gum, right? So, so we are online here, and I would like to welcome and acknowledge everyone. And as we start, ladies and gentlemen, remember that we are on the 3 days of Africa trade. Yesterday we were here acknowledging the World AIDS Day, and today we are here on the second day. And to commence this event, I'm going to humbly request Carol and Faith to come and help us light the candles in commemoration of those we've lost through HIV and worse even the pandemic, so we can stand together as one. So if they, as they come, please, let's give them a warm round of applause. Can we all stand, please? Thank you so much. As we remain standing, may we kindly observe a moment of silence. Father, in the name of Jesus, you don't have the answer. You don't have the way to life, because you are the answer and you are the way to life. Lord, as we humble ourselves in this morning, we acknowledge your presence here in remembrance of those we've lost, those who've suffered through the pandemic and other illnesses. Lord, let your grace be amongst us, that at the end of it all, when everything has been said and done, your name to be glorified. We thank you in Jesus' mighty name, and those who believe say amen. Amen. You may be seated. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I'm going to request the technical team to project a picture on the screen as we go along. This is a very sentimental picture, and I would like to set the tone for today. Mind you, when we woke up this morning, when all of us woke up this morning, regardless of how we felt when we woke up this morning, we were all confronted by two kings. Two kings by which we need to intentionally serve the other and discard the other. So when I was growing up in Mhlakeng, I'm from the West Rand. When I was growing up in Mhlakeng, we had this thing called a dog fight. So what we would do is every Saturday or whenever there's a weekend given, we would have a dog fight. So I would bring my dog, you would bring your dog, and we have them contest. And whichever one wins the battle, gain whatever prize was set for the day. And I remembered vividly, there was this gentleman who brought his own two dogs and would never have his dogs contest against any other, but only against themselves. And whichever dog amongst the two he would pick to win always won the battle. And we found it very, very strange, Mr. Ashley, at why is he going to pick on this one and definitely always wins. And he gave us a secret and said, Sbu, the reason why this dog wins is because from Monday to Friday, in preparation for Saturday, I feed the one that I want to win. So he was intentional about what he was doing. So I'm projecting this picture so you may have it in your mind, that as you are seated here, there are two people before you, two kings before you. One you need to intentionally serve, and one you need to discard. One is the greater in you, and the other one is the lowest in you. You probably had a very terrible moment driving this morning, probably because of weather, traffic, and so forth. But however you feel, I want you to be intentional about spending your day here today, that you are going to serve the greatest in you. Because the good book says, greater is the one in you than the one against you. So with that being said, please Just fist bump this person next to you and tell them, please serve the greater in you today. Just be bold. Tell them, don't disappoint the greater in you today. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring a gentleman to come and join me on stage. But I just want to say something. When I was preparing myself to come on stage, I had to prepare a word and try to figure out how am I going to introduce him. It was John Quincy Adams who said, if your actions, not what you say, but if your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. So I'm about to bring this gentleman to come and join me on stage. He is the engine behind what we are doing here. The first gentleman to begin the speaking engagement industry in South Africa, possibly even Africa, and made it a success that it is. And he's the reason why we are all gathered here, to be inspired, to be motivated, to be impacted, to be empowered, so we can empower others. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring on stage Dr. David Mulapo. Oh, you can do better than that, much better than that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Look to someone on your left, you on your right, and say, you look great, and so do I. But say like you really mean it. Don't be artificial, okay? Even you guys online, if you are alone, look at yourself. Let's do it. You look great, and I look great. Come on. Thank you so much, and welcome to the second day of Agile Leadership as we focus on Africa trade. Yesterday, we were blessed with a focus on the healthcare sector in South Africa and in the continent. Today, we are going to talk about Imbasha, Nyugu, Zaga, Geld. We're going to talk about what? Imbasha, Nyugu, Zaga, and... That's right. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we must not be shy to talk about money. I have been rich. I have been poor. Rich is better. Trust me on that one. You don't need a revelation. I have been rich, I have been poor, rich is better. The person who says money does not make you happy, they have none of that money, because money has a lot of oxygen, okay? But we want to find out today on how, therefore, as Africans, can we begin to expedite that God-given greatness that Smooth spoke about. How, therefore, do we collaborate? Because the fourth industrial revolution terminology is no longer competition, it's about collaboration. We must also challenge governments, because if the truth be told, governments are hindering a lot of our growth. The small medium enterprises is being stifled because government guys are just delaying so many forms. SBD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I wonder who actually reads this SBD stuff. Because at the end of the day, government's role is to enable and create an environment for business people to make money, at the end of the day, to create jobs. Can we say jobs? Yesterday, some of you were watching online. You were here. I was not happy with the statistics. The statistics look grim. 34%, and I can tell you it's actually 50%. Because statistics does not share with you those young people who have stopped looking for Ispan. Is that right? We don't know the statistics. We don't know the people who took early retirement. We still think they are employed, but they actually took early retirement. So we cannot grow Africa, grow South Africa, until we talk about money. And yes, a friend of mine said it right. Unless the lions tell their story, the hunters will always give us their version. I repeat, unless the lions, the African lions, tell their story, the hunters will always give us their version. So today we are here to disrupt. Can we say disrupt? Disrupt. That's what the revolution is all about. Disrupt in a good way. We're going to deal with issues, but we're going to spend time on the how-to. How do we network? How do we make money? How do we open those doors of opportunities? Before our main speaker, let me recognize, first of all the way from African Bank, Ashley and the team. Please stand up. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. The NAFCOC people were happy because of Semutswenyana. So I hope you're going to make some money today, okay? African Bank, okay? The second one is SAMA. I know SAMA, the South African Medical Association. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. They are watching us. We're going to be live with them. And then we've got the CEO of Dovetail, my brother Rolf. Please stand up. And Arali on the other side. Give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you, my brother. And he's a bold-headed man. You know, he's bold. You could be like Dan. He's bold. Okay. Good to see you. And then we've got Masana. Please stand up, Masana and the partners. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. We're going to be tasting some African food today. Rick Walk Projects, please stand up. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. SAUBC, I'll recognize them later. The South African United Business Confederation, their president is stuck in traffic. He'll be here. Noah DeBaila, the president of SMMEs in South Africa, will also be here. So we will recognize them on that. And then Amajita, the cleaner. Stand up, let the people see you there. And then later on, I'm going to be talking to this wonderful guys. Bafana, stand up, let the people see you. Township economy. And Brajabza, township economy in training. Give them a wonderful round of applause. And all the NAFCOC brethren, please stand up, NAFCOC. Okay, they're still coming, they're still on their way. That's fine. Without a waste of time, it is an honor and a privilege to have this dynamic entrepreneur who happens to be a politician, by the way. We're praying for her, no problem. I've met a couple of years ago, and she has been a trailblazer. Can we say trailblazer? She's a nation shaker. And you'll understand in a minute. It is the young generation of politicians who are realizing that we need to serve. But one way of serving is to ensure that the previously disadvantaged people get a shot at making sure they make some money and creating opportunities. I met a couple of years ago through one of our ICANN CEOs, Bafana. And some of you know the SG was here last month, Ubra Ace Makashule. So I have seen her move from different portfolios. I'm not going to read the stuff. I like for her to share with us the different portfolios that she has occupied. But today she's wearing a powerful hat. She is the MEC of Finance for the Free State, okay? Free State government. So ladies and gentlemen, let us honor. The Bible says give honor where honor is due. Let's just all stand up and let us bring to the fore Miss Khadija Brown. Thank you. She's like me, she wants to hide. Yeah, we're on television.
I do. You know, we miss, the one thing that we miss terribly is human contact. And it's part of networking. African people believe in brothership and sisterhood and family and community. That's how we are built. That's, you know, in our veins. So to be able to look at a sister or a brother and not be able to embrace them is very, very difficult for us during this very, very difficult times. But good morning, and once again, thank you very, very much to our program director, Sbu. I'm not going to do the Sbu thing, Sbu. Allow me to also acknowledge first and foremost Dr. David and Faith Malapo, our hosts, our beautiful and exciting hosts of today. And allow me to also say thanks to everyone who's on the virtual platform, specifically His Excellency, the Ambassador Benne Mpoko, who is the ambassadors of all ambassadors, and mostly Africa, and the 54 ambassadors that are with us today on the global platforms, and our online members and representatives, to every special one of you in this room today, and all the beautiful partners and sponsors. We brought some new business people to this team, and I trust that you are going to match toe for toe, shoulder to shoulder, what these partners have been able to do with this team, Doc. So once again, let me start by saying wow and good morning, and what an exceptional privilege and honor for me to be speaking today at one of the most influential, inspirational, and exceptionally dynamic motivational speaker, pastor, influencer, writer. What else am I missing on your CV, Doc? Um, uh, it's an incredible event that Doc and his wife have put together. And I want to thank you personally for the invitation and this honor given to me. And on behalf of the people of the Free State, on behalf of people of South Africa, and I am an African woman born and bred in Africa, so I'm speaking on behalf, Amandla, and on behalf of all the African people on our continent. So I must mention the theme of today and this event is the I Can 4IR. This is protocol. I hope the TV guys are understanding what we're doing here today. It is the I Can 4IR Actual and Virtual 21st Summit 2021 with the theme on Africa Trade, Post-COVID, Agile Leadership and Skills Development. Wow, what a loaded, jam-packed topic for today. So before I start, Doc has asked me to introduce myself. I'm Khadija Brown, born and bred in Gqeberha, but moved at the age of 20 to Bloemfontein, Free State. I am a professional. That's my career. That's how I was raised. I worked for a commercial bank for 15 years in very senior management positions. I was 23 when I was asked and tasked to head the portfolio of public sector banking and Black economic empowerment as a manager for the province of the Free State. And of course, ladies, when you are placed in a position like that, Africa Bank is here with your team, I felt like a token. I felt like, okay, I was this Black woman, but not African in particular, but Black in its classification. And I felt like, do I qualify? Am I the right person for this position? It was very difficult to work from a mental state into being able to develop and implement, to move away from the insecurities that you have as a young girl and to really understand your strengths. And it allows you to grow dynamically and so fast. And thus, I'm a young MEC. I was born in the 80s, so I'm the MEC of Finance of the Free State, and I thank God every day for my blessings and the people that surround me to have been allowed me to be part of a leadership position to support our women and our people of Africa and South Africa. I then moved to head up the small business development division in the economic development, small business, tourism and environmental affairs for the Free State when it was proclamated in 2015. So I was the chief director of that department. 6 months later, the DDG of economic development. A few months later, an HOD of Destia, HOD of Public Works, HOD of Agriculture. I sat on as an ex-officio on the boards of the Free State Development Corporation, on the Free State Gambling and Liquor Authority. We put up a tribunal for funding and incubator for SMMEs at the time when I was in those positions. We did a contracted development program. We did a property incubation program. We did so many phenomenal things, and largely our policy was radical economic transformation. And much of the work that we did was we looked at the top 10 most procured items out of the, let's say, 13 billion that we looked at goods and services and infrastructure. What is the most procured items from government, and how do we match a database of Black women, young people, people with rural development, coming out of rural enterprises, creation of toilet paper manufacturing companies, sanitary pads, because that is what governments consume from a socio-economic perspective, and we were able to do that during my time. And then in 2019, I was elected to be a member of the provincial legislature and afforded and deployed into the MEC of Finance. But before we can go into the nice crux part of everything, and I think it's important that through you, our host, Doc, if I can provide you with some of the factual and the detail in terms of Africa, the globe, and our economy, and where we are from a structural perspective. If I can do that and then talk to Africa Free Trade Agreement, talk to some of governments across Africa and the world, and what it is that you as civil society, industry, business, what you need to do to make sure that these policies happen and are implemented. So that's going to be the crux of my discussion today. And if at any time you feel like you need to stop me anyway. I'm happy because I know with Doc.
When you finish, we're actually going to be seeing.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. So I'm setting the tone, Doc, and then we're going to have that conversation. Wonderful. So I'd like to talk about, and because it's part of the theme, I'd like to talk about the effect of the pandemic on our economy, on Africa and the world, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreements, government's position, like I mentioned, and the role of industrialization in Africa. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the global macroeconomic outlook. And Program Director, hosts, ladies and gentlemen, the reality of our pandemic today, which affected not only the nation, not only Africa, but the world. We ought to be ready to pull up our sleeves and rebuild our continents, rebuild our global economies, rebuild our South African economy. The current reality is, with a few exceptions, recovery to pre-COVID-19 output levels is far from complete. That's the honest truth. Following 2020's year's collapse, the global economy is experiencing an exceptionally strong but uneven recovery. And this is, I want us to remember uneven recovery. Because guess what? This is the Great Reset. And we'll dig a little bit deeper into that. So as we're looking at rebuilding an uneven economy, following 2020 year's collapse, advanced economies are rebounding. Many of the world's poorest countries are being left behind. Much remains to be done to reverse the pandemic struggles and staggering human and economic costs. Moreover, the recovery is not assured. The possibility remains that an additional COVID-19 waves we will definitely see additional COVID-19 waves, further vaccination delays specifically to the continent, and we saw now this new variant. Our president had been very, very strict to say that he's unhappy with the discussions at that level. And mounting debt levels. Our debt to GDP in South Africa is just above 80%. Rising inflationary pressures can deliver setbacks. So it's doom and gloom, but in an environment where there is doom and gloom, people like you, industry, business, policymakers, we look for opportunities, right? And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But let me just dig a little bit deeper. So the global outlook remains subject to significant downside risks, which include the possibility of more infection variants, and we're seeing it, the financial stress amid high emerging market developing economies. According to the IMF, global growth is set to reach 6% in 2021, and in part underpinned by steady but highly unequal vaccine access. Growth in advanced economies is forecast to reach 5.6% in 2021 due to stronger than expected momentum. Thus far, we're looking at a resizable demand in the US fiscal support and the pent-up demand in US growth. So this is expected to outperform that of major advanced economies due to the more rapid vaccine rollout and larger fiscal support. So as we see this economy is growing, it seems like economies that are more vaccinated are getting more financial support. What about economies like Africa that doesn't have the capital to produce, to purchase, to distribute vaccinations? Are we still going to lag behind? And this is the discussion we should have today. So after 2021 rebound, growth is expected to be moderate but remain robust in 2022 at 2.2% as the removal of pandemic control measures continue. So as we ease regulations across the blueprint of the WHO across the globe, we will find that. But are we going to be at the speed and at the level of your more developed economies? That's the question I want to pose to you today. So emerging markets and developing economies growth is projected to strengthen at 6.3% in 2021, primarily reflecting a strong growth in India and China. And the economic growth will benefit from policy support, higher spending on infrastructure, rural development, health, and a stronger expected recovery in services and manufacturing. All of you are sitting here. You are the role players in those sectors here today. Productivity in sub-Saharan Africa is expected to expand a modest 3.4% in 2021 and pick up a little bit further to 4.1% in 2022. Opportunities, positive spillovers from the strengthening of global growth and better international control of the pandemic, and strong domestic activity. Bearing in mind, Africa has got over 1 billion people, one of the strongest populated continents across the globe. We are consumer-based. They need us. So when we're looking at strong domestic activity in agricultural commodity exporters, and we also expect that our commodity export is gradually going to help lift growth. So nonetheless, the recovery is envisioned to remain very fragile, given new variants that are just about on the way, with new transport restrictions from and into areas of many countries, including some of our own countries like Rwanda and Angola. So, following a sharp recession in 2020, the IMF projects the growth in South Africa to be 4.0% in 2021 and 2.2% in the outer year of 2022. And of course, the restrictions again might turn out to be totally on the downside of our projected growth. Our role is to put principles and practices into place to circumvent the challenges that we are going to experience in our economy. So productivity in sub-Saharan Africa is expected to expand by a modest 3.4% in 2021 and pick up further to 4.1% in 2022. After rebasing and benchmarking, Stats SA states that the South African economy recorded its fourth consecutive quarter of growth, expanding by 1.2% in the quarter of 2021. So it is better news, subject to the previous 2 years. So both unemployment, and Doc, we spoke about this, both unemployment increased in SA and of course in the Free State province where I come from. I am disheartened. We lost 40,000 jobs in the past 6 months. So the quarter labor force survey would give us all that detail, and we can dig deeper into that as well. But what I like about sub-Saharan Africa's big economies and their theme, and there was research done by an African index company that talks to a theme called From Debt Resolution to Growth. And I'd love for you to go look at that. From debt resolution to growth. And that means that it is going to take you into some sort of business case as to how Africa is jointly going to grow through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and other type of SADC and other relationships that we have. So let's talk a little bit about the African Free Trade Agreement, and I think it's imperative that we have that discussion here, Doc, is that it was conceptualized in 2012 to enhance trade integration into the continent. As you know, the Chinese talks about the One Belt, One Road. Let me tell you, Chinese have got teams on every single country on this continent looking towards investment, specifically spearheaded by their government. And that investment is by Chinese funding to be able to grow Africa. South Africa contributes 0.48% to the global economy, whilst the United States contributes 28.7% to the global economy. And China has surpassed that by 32.3% to the global economy. So colleagues, when we're talking competitive advantage within Africa or South Africa, or dealing with your own barriers to entry or your competitors, know that you're competing with China, the US, the UK. Your competitors is not those ones that are sitting next to you. It is a global competitor. And this is where the conversation about leadership and skills come in, because you have to acquire the skill to be globally competitive in our market. Banks have to be globally competitive. Why not the world? Why not Africa Bank? Why are we not being funded by Africa Bank? Why are we being funded by the IMF? those are questions that we continue to ask at Budget Council. One of our biggest debt factors and one of our biggest fiscal expenditure items at national treasury level is interest to borrowings, where we could be utilizing, if we had a relationship with Africa Bank, to borrow us the same money with the Reserve Bank and look at amortization of interest payable over a longer term, where we could utilize that interest that we're paying back into service delivery and jump-starting our economy. So those are the conversations that I want to have. But coming back to the Africa Free Trade Agreement, on the 18th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State, governments of the AU, which took place in Ethiopia in 2012, endorsed an action plan to boost intra-African trade called BIAT, Boost Inter-Africa Trade, and thus agreed on the way forward to establish the Africa Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement. The agreement came to force on the 30th of May, and then 30 countries were on the continent ratified the agreement, and later it was launched again on the 24th on the AU Assembly in 2015, and other countries then also fell into this Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So what is the objectives of this agreement? How is it going to benefit you? How is it going to benefit our viewers and the listeners out there? So it initiates one single market, deepening the economic integration of the continent. Let us be clear, colleagues, this continent is wealthy. We just don't know what to do with that wealth. And I'll tell you why. We were enslaved. We were colonialized. We were structured in our thinking by education, by churches, by customs, to work and earn a salary. We were built that way. And then one day we grew up and decided, okay, to be a CEO of a company is actually better. But when do we ever ask ourselves, how do we own and control production of this wealth that we have called our African economy? So, thank you, Doc. So, this single market, that doesn't mean that we need Americans to come show us how to dig for gold. Our people know how to do it with bare hands. All we need is leadership, skills, innovation, support. That's what we need. So, secondly, to this African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it is here to establish a liberalized market through multiple rounds of negotiations. So we're looking at an environment where all countries in this continent has got a fair chance to round off negotiations and determine, I am a country rich in gold, platinum, iron ore, copper, whatever it may be. And you are a country that can do that. How do we intra-trade with each other, agree to the negotiations, understand this is land, agriculture, arable land, commodities from either your livestock or seeds or whatever it may be. How do we then trade and negotiate amongst ourselves to make each other more accessible and competitive to each other? So we're promoting the movement of capital and people, facilitating investment. Another thing that we don't know that we've got a competitive advantage to a continent like Asia and China is that we've got a young nation as Africans. China, because of the population sanctions that they had, they've got old people and they're trying to boost young people into the economies. China doesn't have land. Africa has got the population, they've got a youthful population, and they've got land. So what this trade agreement is saying, that we want to promote the movement of capital and people, facilitating investment. We want to move towards the establishment of future continental customs union, achieve sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development, gender equality and structural transformations within member states, enhance competitiveness of member states within Africa and the global market, encourage industrial development through diversification and a regional value chain development, agriculture and food security. We've got people with food security in the room, and resolve challenges of multiple and overlapping members. So it's very clear, very decisive, very direct. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You are a policymaker, but you too are a policymaker. Our compact as democracies is led by people, business, civil society, industry, and labor. You are policymakers. What are you going to do about it? So, once completed, the free trade area is of substantial economic interest to South Africa and the African continent, and it will provide a market of over 1 billion people with a GDP of just over 2.6 trillion US dollars. That is our market, and it could be more. Over 2.6 trillion US dollars. So how do we intend to implement this? So I've just pulled a caption out of South African Revenue Services, because as we know, the largest challenge from a fiscal perspective is that we have financial flows which is illicit outside of our country. We're trying to deal and zone in with regards to how we manage hedge funding, how we manage future markets, how we deal with the financial markets, and so on and so forth. So South Africa's commitment to implementing this agreement is key to the success, and South African Revenue Service is the implementing agency of preferential trade agreements. So if you take a country like Kigali, Rwanda, sorry, the country is Rwanda, the city is called Kigali, you are able to do business in a country like that, but with a partner, a local partner. Wonderful thing about Rwanda is that you can open an account within 24 hours and you can register your business within 24 hours. So you go there, you've got a business partner, you create a new co, you're able to do that through their development agency, and you can start trading. Now that is the type of advanced mechanisms. South Africa too, we can go online, register a company within 24 hours, you have your tax number and so on and so forth. So we are getting there. But do our people really understand how to use the benefits of the changes that we've made to our systems? So the execution of this agreement will have an impact on the legislation, its systems, custom operations, and training officers. So I think here too we have a lot of scope and work to do to be able to ensure that our global supply chain within Africa through this agreement is dealt in accordance to the tariffs and the laws and the regulatory environments of the countries that we are operating in. So SARS will be ready to implement the agreement before a revised due date, and that was initially in July 2020, but due to COVID, it changed to January 2021, and I think that we are going to look at the changes happening over in January 2022 as well. So preferential trade under the trade agreement is not possible as the tariffs schedules still needs to be signed off and agreed upon all member states. And once those are then agreed, it will be promulgated by the AU summit over the next year. So I want us to just talk a little bit as we go into discussions about South Africa working towards a national democratic revolution. And when we talk about the NDR, we must know that as we're planning for the national democratic revolution, the South African, and global economy is being reset. So as we're planning, other economies are moving forward with the Great Reset. How do we leapfrog from planning into that reset? So let us be clear, we're moving away from a tertiary-based economy, sectoral-driven economy. So retail, your consumer-based financial services, public sector, and so on and so forth. With this reset, we're moving away from that into a more focused primary and secondary sectoral-based economy, meaning production, mining, agriculture, your primary sectors, then your logistics, your electricity, so on and so forth, your wholesale becomes your secondary-based economy, right? So financial flows are once again the order of the day. So when we're looking at financial markets, we're not necessarily looking at the rand and cents over a system, a banking system, at the JSE or whatever it may be. We're looking at actual trade of commodities that are tangible, and those outflows are happening at a greater level than we can understand. So trade at that global level is reduced on the retail market. So we're no longer putting things into shops, into stores where people come in and purchase. You're now looking at a innovation-based distribution model where you have a great focus on production, on wholesale, on distribution and innovation. Those are your key areas and sectors to concentrate in. People are delivering to your door. I don't shop in Tom Ford's anymore, Ted Baker's anymore, and go into a mall anymore. I don't have the time. I can't be seen browsing around in shops. I press a button and I purchase everything online. So where is the money going? To the producer who produced that product? To the wholesaler who's storing and then effectively making sure that it gets to go onto a distribution model? To the logistics company who has to deliver from the wholesaler to the door? And then some IT innovative system to make sure that you get your payment is done correctly, your delivery is on time, and that the feel and the service delivery look is still there. So that's where we are at, ladies and gentlemen, and what is our linkage and what is our focus to make sure those who are in the periphery of this economy, our SMMEs, our local producers, our entrepreneurs, our young people, our women who had been set back in our structural way of thinking that could never really own land, that could never be part of the economy, our NGOs, what is our role to ensure that those are the people who are in the periphery rise to the major drivers of the economy? And that's also how we're going to grow our South African and African-based economies in this continent. So, question, Doc, and everyone, is Africa ready? And as Doc agreed, we'll deliberate during the dialogue, but I just want to raise 6 or 7 key points. Is Africa ready? So the industrial revolutions that we've had before don't just change the product and human consumption, they also changed the social landscapes of how society works with one another. We see it's changed. The spatial development plans have changed. Our method of our business plans towards township economies and so on has changed. So the fourth industrial revolution focuses on artificial intelligence, robotics, and Internet of Things, developing relationships between manufacturing, technology, and social relationships. This allowed consumers to know where their products come from, who made them, and if skills are being imparted to those workers who improve their lives, which will ultimately change the societal relationships, especially those at the lowest workers and that are most vulnerable. COVID has changed the structure of the economy, and we had a discussion about that. This is a society mindful of the evolution of social media with individual voices and our global platforms. That's the marketing drivers today. The choices we need to make through consumer power to choose economic growth through mass production and or a more shared and conscious production with social development so that no one is left behind. And that's how China has done that effectively. They were able to produce a millionaire every day. And now they're at poverty levels of 0.1, unemployment levels of 0.1%. China. So for us to achieve shared social benefits with economic growth, we need the skills necessary to drive the innovation process. The challenge is to uplift the majority of African youth and to have the knowledge and skills needed for emerging world of work. Training the African youth and creating policies that will benefit social innovative entrepreneurs is and must happen because it is a great asset for socio-economic transformation in Africa. Governments have greater focus on governance and creation of efficiencies. We want to save more so we can do more. It's a huge focus across the world. And the challenge is to begin to address the realities which amongst others are joblessness, increasing of unemployment, and infrastructure deficits. We still have that to catch up on. And the goal is to start dealing with some of these challenges, and it's there to start to prepare better education for youth and a better productive formal and informal self-employment program and process. So democracies are led by people, like I outlined earlier. I might be a representative and your leader as a politician, but I report to you. You are my bosses. So democracies are led by people. You are the policy makers. You are the decision makers. You are the taxpayers. So our compact and our manifesto, when we go into any election program, is written by industry, business, civil society, labor, and every single one of you. People of Africa, my call to you today, Your Excellency Ambassador and the 54 ambassadors that are there, politicians, leaders, leaders of public sector, private sector, I'm asking you, people of Africa, lead us from a consumer-based society to a more industrial production and economic-driven based society for Africa. Dr. Malapo, Mrs. Malapo, to you and your team, this initiative is absolutely and so necessary. Now is the time to disrupt the system. When you talk about disruption, Doc, now is the time to disrupt the system. An African system of slavery and colonialism to key economic drivers of our own beautiful Africa. It is time to set the pace. Now is the time. It is our time to set the pace. It is our time to set the tone. It is our time to set the agenda. African Union 2063. Kia leboa. Thank you very, very much.
Come on, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. To me, Khadija Brown. You sound so Khadija, yeah. Khadija Brown. Thank you so very much. It's refreshing to hear a politician realizing, you mentioned the word reset, and realize that you're actually working for us. In the Bible, it always says, feed the sheep. It never says feed the giraffe. Feed the sheep. So the humility that you presented this, and I know hundreds and hundreds of people will be commenting. And once again, thank you so much for creating this day, for being our opening speaker, so that we can be able to get this day going. Again, a round of applause for MEC Khadija Brown. Before we get started, Jabu, can somebody get a mic to this young man right here? This young man, this young Chinese man, I want to interview him quickly. This young Chinese man there. Yeah, guys, turn the cameras right there. Yes, I'm taller than him, Brother Troy, please stand up. How are you doing, sir?
Hello?
How are you doing, Brother Troy?
Yes, I'm very good.
Lovely. Troy is the CEO of SkyCorp, and guys, this is what he sponsored us with this beautiful thing. Come on, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, hello.
And make sure, guys, online, please, now you see from yesterday, these beautiful screens, this is the man behind it. But he's no longer Chinese, he's an African. Right, Troy? You're an African man.
Thanks, yes, I'm a South African Chinese, I'm a South African, yeah.
That's right, sir.
Yeah.
But we want to say thank you so much, Troy. Any words of encouragement? People from yesterday, they were saying, Doc, you guys are cooking your hip. So I thought, humility, yeah, God bless you, but I know it's not my stuff. So this is the man, okay. Troy, talk, who is SkyCorp and why did you support us?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Malapo and everybody here. Sorry I'm late today because of traffic and also there's other things I suppose here earlier. It's very glad to see you here every day, everybody. I just going to very quick introduction about SkyCorp. So SkyCorp is in the industry about 6-7 years. We're doing large format LED screens and commercial displays for different scenarios and environment. So like for outdoor, for billboard or outdoor events, and indoor for events, for show fitting, for boardroom solution and showroom and CCTV control room, or smart city, now we call smart world. So smart world is kind of about things is digital and visualization. So mainly you see we call smart, people get 2 ways to get visualization is you got access to your phones, you got the display, everything display on phones, and also And the big data is displayed on the big smart, big digital screens, which we're doing. So sometimes we do massive screens. This is a very small setup. Sometimes we do massive setups like 30 meters long. This is just the middle screen, it's about 5 meters, but sometimes we do even 30 meters long to get a massive and impressive. So this is what we're doing basically. And why I support this is because you, Dr. Malapo, because when I see you, our conversation is, okay, this you blooming my mind and what are you doing, and really impressive, and I also know this is going to be benefit the country and the continent. So for me, yes, I'm a businessman, I want to make money, but I know if the economy is not coming back from the COVID, if the economy not grow, how can I get a good business? So I want to support you. I want to, this can contribute something. If we can, this is what we can do. And if there's something, any even small effort to make things happen, I'm happy to do that. So second is also, as a business plan for me, I'm looking for growth and go to out of Africa, out of South Africa. So I'm happy to involve those things and support you. So we will see our footprint spread to more. Yeah, that's about that. Thank you very much.
This is Brother Troy. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. And who is this brother that you brought up here?
This is a gentleman called Tristan.
He's not Chinese. I can tell he's not Chinese.
Yeah. He's my general manager for my company. Yeah.
Okay. Give him a mic. Let's see. General manager, please bring greetings. Tell us who you are. Give us your Chinese and South African name.
So my name is Tristan Woodman. I'm afraid that's my only name, no Chinese name. As Troy said, I am the GM for Skyco. I handle all the day-to-day operations, the marketing, sales, operations, technical, all falls under me. But the leadership of the company is really down to Troy. Without his vision, without his leadership, we would be nothing.
Now, remember, I'm a businessman, and I appreciate you thanking him, but remember, it's December, performance appraisals, okay? So if people right now, you are live here, online, and remember, we are televising this thing even for later. If people want to get in touch with Skyco, they've got big events. The MEC is here. A lot of people here are watching. How can they get a hold of you, sir?
Well, the easiest way would be either through our website at www.skycomedia.co.za.
You're too fast. It's Sky, S-K-Y, and then Sky what?
Skyco, S-K-Y-C-O,
yes, sir.
media.co.za. Alternatively, our Facebook page, Skyco Media. And may I give out my cell phone number?
Please, sir. Go ahead.
So my personal number is 082-336-7024. Alternatively, our switchboard is 011-026-7018.
Okay, one more time. I'm going to rewind. One more time. That's it.
082-336-7024 or 011-026-7018.
Thank you so much. Again, ladies and gentlemen, let us support, as you said, MEC. Talk is cheap. Let's do these things practical. I know a lot of you guys here. I know a lot of you people watching. In fact, Sama's going to be speaking now. South African Medical Association. They need a lot of stuff here. I've got bishops here, pastors right now with this Omicron and all these things that are coming. People cannot now meet. So screens are the best way to go in the future. Again, inside the organizations, government, SMMEs, as you heard from the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It's amazing you mentioned that because I actually wrote a book on leadership in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. We'll talk about it. I think it's here or outside. I'll talk about it up there. So thank you so much again. A round of applause to our sponsors, Skyco, Siabonga. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. And feel free, we're going to be doing a dialogue now. So I'm going to bring to the fore Dr. David Kulufelo. Now, this is the before Dave. Now you'll see the after Dave. Come on, bro, let them see you. This is before. Can we say after? Yeah, that's it. This is another David before, then afterwards, just look at that. Look at that. What a age. Rob, this is where we're going, bro. You know, this is where we're going. How you doing, Dave? You're going to be sitting with us here. Bless you, Baba. Sharp. Let me just hit you with this thing here. Sharp. Yeah, I've already sanitized this there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dave, before we open this session to people here and also online, just a little bit, who is David?
Okay. Kolofelo David Bebani
Sharp.
Kolofelo David Bebani is a professional accountant, an entrepreneur, and a leader. So I own a company called DS Consulting and Black Dot Property Consultants as a strategic partner. So we operate in the local government sphere as property consultants, from valuations of assets to asset management to facility management and revenue enhancement. So we operate from Bryanston, and we have a national footprint from all 9 provinces. So that's the short version of our profile.
Super. And tell me when, Arnold, tell me when Sama is ready there. Oh, she's ready. Okay. Let's just put her right there, because I don't want to, because we're discussing there. So in the healthcare space, how can you help the people in the healthcare space? Because MEC spoke about the truth of the matter as we are faced with the pandemic. Yesterday, we were with Dr. Angelique Kutse, who is the chairperson of SAMA, talking about Omicron. And the problem, MEC, they discovered it, they share it with the world, and we get clobbered for it, So now you're promoting dishonesty, and you mentioned one of the values is to be honest and transparent, So Dave, Dot Consulting, can you do something with the health? Are you already in the healthcare space there?
In the healthcare space, we've partnered with a company called Bigen. They are quite good, big in Africa. They've been in operation for over 30 years or so. And they have their HOD, which is a chief former oncologist. He did mention to us that they provide a great service in terms of making sure that the temperatures at hospitals suits the right standards in terms of the medical health industry. So they in the HVAC and also mechanical engineering and electrical engineering to ensure that the standard is of a certain required measure when the patients are received at hospital and so on. And then also maintenance of our hospital has proven to be an issue in the healthcare sector. As you've seen also the recent one is Charlotte Macheke, and there it was negligence in terms of the health and safety measures, your fire protection, your fire safety inspection checks, and then that created a sort of a disaster for that period. So being in Africa, they are able to mitigate those measures and then do a risk assessment analysis, and then also to make sure they curb these things before they happen. And also they audit, they do regular audit of your fire protection services and so on. So those services, they help in a way that you become proactive before something happens. We become a proactive society or proactive businesses out there in the industry.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to you. Dr. Shanye, how are you doing? If you can unmute them, ma'am. Okay, hold on. We can't hear the sound, gents. Let's do. Yeah, ma'am, can you just unmute, ma'am? We can't hear you. Just unmute. Hold on. We still cannot hear you. Let's see. We can see you, ma'am, but we can't hear you. Let's see there. Or maybe volume, if you can unmute and have the volume. A technical team, maybe can go on until we know that we can hear her. Lovely, yes. That's the healthcare part.
Yes.
But yesterday you and I were at a particular government department. Just share with the people on your main focus. What is the main focus of Black Dot Consulting? And I like the black dot, you know, that's interesting. First of all, how do you come with black dot? You know, I like branding.
So Black Dot came with
Not white dot or Indian dot or colored dot. Why
Yes.
do you go black dot?
the name Black Dot came about when my partner, Tate Offense Soroto, he came with the name while he was still a property valuer for one of the banks. He was going around Midrand. Before Midrand was it was a vacant land. Now it's a fully developed site. He was going house to house and valuing properties for bank purposes, for banking.
So what you guys now do as Black Dot, you know, just give us maybe the couple of services.
Yes.
Then we're just going to open it to the people here
Thank
and also online, and then let's go for it while we're still waiting for Meshang there.
Okay, so one of our lowest hanging fruit is we do valuations of properties for municipality rates and taxes. So we're currently doing that for multiple metros and local government sphere.
And you don't care whether they're EFF, ANC, DA.
No.
You're like Nando's. It doesn't matter whether it's left wing, right wing, you eat the whole chicken, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Good. No, because they're watching. Salga is here.
Yes.
So you work with, is it only the metros or what about the smaller municipalities? Can you also assist them? Because this is a serious challenge.
Yes, we do that because this all actually helps them to generate revenue from mainly businesses and residential residents of the area of the municipality. Because when we value correct using the SACPVP guidelines, we are able to get to the value and charge a progressive rate on their tariff for their rates and taxes. So it enables also to subsidize the indigents within that municipality or the metro, so that we balance the curve where the rich gives a little to the poor in terms of service delivery. So revenue is an important aspect, not only at a municipality level, even at national level, as our Honorable MEC mentioned earlier, that revenue protection needs to happen even at SARS level, where revenue protection is important. We need to curb these transactions, these illicit flows of money, and so on. So again, for a working municipality to be in existence, revenue protection is one of them, and we play a crucial role for making sure that the rates and taxes are collected and their properties are valued correctly as well.
Back to you, MEC, the importance of SMMEs. You know, guys like David Holofelo, they're doing their part because it was predominantly a white-owned companies, but now we thank God for progressive organization. Dovetail will be coming next, in that we now need to empower the younger generation. He's a CA, chartered accountant. So we need to give them opportunities, because if not, then we have a brain drain with these young guys. Why is SME important, particularly during this time of reset or revolution or economic revolution?
Thanks, Doc, and to everyone again, and thanks for the question. And I think it will be important and imperative of me to go back to pre-apartheid. Our economy pre-apartheid was structured for only a few to participate in the economy. Our economy at the time, after our democracy, we saw in the first 3 years that our GDP as a country tripled in the first 3 years of our democracy. So the necessity to have more people economically active in our economy is the success to any type of nation. And outside of that, outside of just SMMEs, if we're looking at consumers and the people that we are, if we're looking at a consumer-based society, people don't want to be traveling to larger cities to purchase certain goods. They want to be able to look at a more localized type of environment. Research has stated that developing economies who have really, really shot out and multiplied was through SMMEs. So the research tells us that. But largely, if we don't have a value chain from what I mentioned, from a production-based society, and then looking at a preferential procurement-based society, if we don't have more people who are doing business in our economy, We are up and about now.
Yeah, okay. I think let's pause up there. Because she's
All
a
right.
doctor. She needs to be there. Keep that thought there.
Just
Yeah.
remind me where I was.
I
Thank
will,
you.
I will. Okay, let's put it on the screen.
Morning, everyone. For some reason, I'm not sure. I think it's Murphy's Law. They call it the Murphy's Law.
No worries. But can you hear us, ma'am? How you doing?
I think I can hear you perfectly, and I hope the sound is perfect. It's just that my screen is not showing now.
No, not a problem. No worries, doc. No worries, doc. It's probably Omicron getting to these screens also. You know, they just this thing is messing us up. Ninja Anima, how you doing today?
Thank you for the invitation and for having me.
Lovely, Mama. You come highly recommended by a sponsor, SAMA, the South African Medical Association. And maybe just give us a background. Who is Miss Lindy?
All right, Lindy. My first name is Lindy. Second name is Shange. I'm a physician practicing in Agile. I've been in private practice for about 29 years. Currently, I'm the chair of the Health Policy Committee at SAMA, and also a director at SAMA, and the chair of the Houghton North branch at SAMA. And in my community, I'm the chair of the Agile Health Forum.
Well, I'm not sure if you listened to the MEC with the opening remarks, Mama. We are obviously, let's talk about the elephant in the room, Omicron. How serious is this Omicron? Because yesterday, Dr. Angelique Kutse told us that really within the next 2 weeks, we really don't know how dangerous this thing is, whether the current vaccine will do the job, whatever. So from where you are, Koka, see what's happening there as far as this Omicron is concerned.
All right, where I am focusing is actually also increasing. Our numbers have increased exponentially, and we are also seeing a picture of young children, so it's scholars who are seeing quite a lot of young children. And also to support what our chairperson has seen, I'm also seeing a very mild disease so far, but I'm almost referring every other patient for COVID testing, and most of them, the test comes back positive. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks because there's always a lag of about 10 days to 14 days before the hospital start to see what else is happening. We can only talk from the cold face of the primary health care as being the frontline workers. Then I think after about 10 to 14 days, our specialists are going to give you a different picture from what they will be starting to see. And I just saw yesterday that at Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, pediatricians are starting to see younger children, younger than 5 years, being admitted with this condition. Thank you.
Yes, the question on the floor, Mama, she's from the UK, but she's here with us live. So she's saying, but are we experiencing deaths at this time, or is just hospitalization and quick recovery? What are the statistics showing now with this Omicron?
All right, at the present moment, I'm not aware of any deaths, unless if I've missed something, but at the present moment, I'm not aware of any deaths. Most of our patients, I can attest, we are treating them at home. For instance, looking at my practice and the colleagues around me, actually tonight we have a meeting of our IPA, the Independent Practitioners Association, which means the doctors in the area. We have a WhatsApp group. In our WhatsApp group, we've been sharing, none of us has had admissions yet. Most of our, actually almost all of the patients that we've seen, we are treating them at home. They are being managed at home, and I'm not aware of any deaths yet.
Thank you. And what about this nonsense of the European people? I mean, the Delta variant is still killing them, and they shut us down with the Omicron. I mean, Rona, with the Delta, we went down to about 282 cases. Is that right? And sometimes 5, 6 deaths, you know, and made people rest in peace there. But now with the 282 that we quote unquote have conquered the Delta, they are struggling with the Delta and they're now making us as if we're leprous. You know, how's your view on that? Because they are struggling. Delta have a double mara ba worried ka Omicron ya rona.
Yeah, I shouldn't be laughing, but this is actually very serious because this is actually affecting our economy as well. And I
That's
think it's
exactly where I was
unfair.
going. That's exactly because I want you to
Yeah,
link it with what the MEC said. Is it again the politics of the vaccines, of the various, whatever? Talk to me about that because it is affecting our economy. Here we are, MEC, we're talking about infra trade. Our conference is on, you know, all of those things. And then suddenly, Christmas time, you know, South Africa and Africa benefits from this, and then suddenly they shut us down while the numbers are not looking good. So share your views with us, ma'am.
I think from my side, I would like to stick to what I know and stick to the knitting. I'm a policy person, so I'd like to talk more around policy and I'd leave the politics to the politicians. But from a policy level, it is actually ridiculous what is happening. It is important to have good policies that going forward can be used in terms of not just local, provincial, national, and even international platforms. So it is important when such things happen, we need to build on them in terms of developing good policies. And policy must always be made through evidence-based research. And obviously the decisions that must be made must also be based on evidence. And when we see countries making decisions on a knee-jerk without any evidence, it is very disheartening.
Yeah, because it promotes, again, for us not to be honest, because now suddenly, don't tell me they did not know that this Omicron is there. But Luna, because you're good-hearted, good Christian, loving people, you know, you disclose and then suddenly you get punished for it. And it really is a disincentive for the future. But anyway, let's leave that. On a positive note, Mama, we want to say thank you so very much for all the healthcare workers. Can we give them a wonderful round of applause? We want to say thanks so much for all the hard work, and I know these coming days are uncertain. Any words of encouragement you can leave with the crowd here and those also online? What kind of positive, encouraging word will you give to us, ma'am?
All right. On a positive note, for me, it is, and for our organization as SAMA, is to say that we need to be involved in such conversations and work so that we are all ready for the next pandemic. And also it's important to stress that looking at the picture that we are having now, we are more than convinced that vaccines work. Yes, they may not protect you from severe disease, but at least to protect you from risk of hospitalization, death, and ICU. And as we see now, with most of the cases that we have being mild, and we think the vaccines are working. But on another positive note is to say, change is inevitable, and it's either you adapt or you stagnate, and we choose not to stagnate, we choose to adapt to what is happening around us. As an organization, we've also embraced the idea of educating the public. Our chairperson is always in the media, talking to the public on further preventing, getting the problem of COVID, and also in terms of treating. So we always very much in that sphere, because we think if we don't do that, the economic disruptions that we have seen with the lockdowns and the consequences have been quite complex in terms of personal sphere and also the country sphere. So it's important for us to say people must remain healthy. We don't just want to treat the illness, but what we'd like to look at is further coordination of care and the quick breakthroughs like we've seen now with South Africa being in the first ones to describe this condition of Omicron, but also to have shorter times to make decisions, because lives matter, people matter, but it's always important to stress that science also matters. So whatever we do, we need also to back it up with the science. And as you've just thanked the healthcare workers, as an association of doctors, we would also like to extend our thanks to the resilience of the healthcare workers that we have, who were on the cold face of this pandemic. And also, we would like to say what is most important, which we see now from a health policy level as well, is that whilst concentrating on COVID, let us not forget the non-communicable diseases, because we think that is the next tsunami that is going to hit us after COVID. So we need in the background to make sure that our patients who are chronic, who have chronic conditions, keep on being taken care of, being followed up and getting their medication. And of course, as South Africa, we have other burdens of disease like communicable diseases of HIV and TB. So we shouldn't forget also making sure that we continue treating our patients and making sure that they don't get left behind whilst we are busy concentrating on COVID. And obviously, we are a diverse society, and unfortunately, COVID has laid bare the inequity and the inequality of our healthcare systems. And I think as an organization, we're keeping our hand on the pulse to say we want to not to forget, and most importantly, mental health for both the public, our communities, but also our healthcare workers. We are very much from our side of SAMA have programs that support the mental health of the population at large, but also of our healthcare workers to improve their resilience during this pandemic.
Mamulindi, thank you so very much. You'll be happy to know to Isaac Hlongwane, the president of Dinosa, is watching this program. And thanks so much for this partnership. We need to keep the message, not only just for the local EKC people. Remember, we are already in all 54 countries. Again, we want to say thank you so much for your contribution. Tomorrow, we will have your CEO, Babu Vusimusi, will also be sharing some stuff. So thanks again for your time. Praying for you. Let's be sure now. Don't use word like Omicron, man. Find an African word or something like that, man. You know, Delta, and then find something, you know, Tlakal or something like that. You know, let's just have an African name. Just a joke there. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hit it up for Dr. Lindy Shange from Sama. Rialebucha, Mama. God bless you.
Rialebucha, thank you.
Thank you. Let me see whether. It's as if you're prophetic. Are you a prophet, by the way?
Oh my gosh.
You know.
I'd be exceptionally wealthy if I was a prophet, Doc. But yes.
Should be well to be a real MC of finance, you know. Ronaldo, good to see you, my brother. Just raise your hand. Good to see you, my friend. Let's come back to now with this pandemic. The problem is, as SMMEs, and the same question with you, Dave, how do we plan? Like I said, you know, fortunately, Dovetail is coming on the latest technology and apps, but the truth be told is unemployed graduates, you know what irks me? Unemployed graduate, unemployed youth, whatever. So how can we, in the midst of this pandemic, you know, make some of those things practical? Chino Achebe once said, things fall apart because of this whole consumerism thing. You were sharing, go ahead.
Yes, but before I continue sharing, I just want to thank Oslindi for a wonderful message, and I think she is spot on in terms of the current status from a healthcare perspective. And I also would like to take an opportunity to thank all the healthcare workers for the magnificent work that they're doing day and night, and it's selfless. Doc, I think, you know, let's talk practicals here, because we've got business people in the room. I'm going to take away, outside, I'll remove government, I'll remove politics. Let us utilize the idea of understanding that there are commodities required in the healthcare system to fight this massive, massive war, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. You need coveralls, you need syringes, you need material supplies in the healthcare system. Why is it that as Africa, we are still importing all those goods? When we've got the capacity and the capability, your engineers...
You know why they're clapping? Because we're going to be talking about that. They're actually,
right.
It's an SMME group that's exactly in there.
Wonderful,
So
wonderful.
please, let's just rewind. Why,
Yes.
go with that question.
Why are we still importing it? And I'm going to give you 3 reasons, right? But before I give you reasons, we have got unemployed graduates who have studied skills specific to the requirements of our economy. The biggest uptake or the biggest demanders of such goods is not only government, these sanitizers, etc. We've got special economic zones that have specifically been put together for production. We've got Sasol, who is the biggest producer of, you can look at soaps and other things. Outside of chemicals, there's a beneficiation into plastics and all sorts of things. So our decision to really be structured in our thinking is where we are lacking. Because if you're looking at the value chain, from a production to a producer to it going out to the market, there's a value chain in each of that can be dealt with in this country by ourselves, on this continent, by our African people. So what stops us from placing ourselves into a SEZ with a notarial lease of 99 years, the ability to pay rent after 6 months, the ability to, we've got CSIR, we've got universities of technology who is able to produce these mechanical 3D printing. Everything is here in South Africa. We've got the best 3D printing facility in the Free State at Central University of Technology. Why is it that we cannot mass produce? Syringes is an example for consummation of public and private hospitals, clinics, general practitioners, etc., etc. But yet we still import the biggest amount of those syringes. So what we need to get right is the mindset first and foremost. Because no matter what is standing in our path, if we see that there's a market, as a business person, as an entrepreneur, you're not going to rely on people to make things happen. You are going to make things happen. So our mindset has to start, we have to start there. But also, I believe that government's ability to create a conducive environment needs to be well thought, needs to be more detailed. Because if we're going to have electricity outages, it's going to disrupt production, which already puts us at a back foot to our competitors. If we're having water issues and national and water boards across the country is blocking water and you need water to produce, definitely it is hindering the ability to put a product to market at the cost and at the operational value of our competitors abroad. If we're looking at labor, who stands up and marches every time we have a challenge, and we're expecting to pay a certain market-related price for labor, whilst our competitors are doing that at a lot lower price or differently. When we are expecting, outside of labor, to have more people with an overhead of cost of employees vis-a-vis innovation, to be able to mass produce a product, because our thinking is more employment. Outside of thinking, reskill to innovation, create jobs through innovation so we could mass produce to be competitive with our global competitors. Our thought process needs to change. So SMMEs, Doc, is vital and critical to our society, because if you don't have more people, one SMME can create 10 jobs. On average, that's the study. One SMME creates 10 jobs. Instead of being a consumer in a private sector company, which is one job and your family that you're taking care of. But I want to state this, that if more people are working and consuming, and if there's more people who has got access to money flow in our society, general economics tells us that there's the ability to reinvest in those economies, into those communities, into growth. And that ultimately is where we should be at. Thank you.
Let's give you a wonderful round of applause for that. Dave, I'm going to open it up now. Your business is in the healthcare sector. You mentioned also in municipalities. In properties also. Now let's talk about the SMMEs, because what she's saying is true. You're a young man, young entrepreneur, young successful entrepreneur. I like what she said, because government pays late, Chief. 30, 60, 90 days. You know, you need to diversify. So what can you offer the SMMEs here? The top guys here who are handling massive people here. Be practical, whether it's property, whatever. What can you offer as Black Dot Consulting?
So our service offering, like I mentioned earlier, is property valuation in the real estate industry.
But property, is it commercial or residential, or, you know, we know government, we got that one.
Yes.
We got the health with the government, but now, for us as small business people, can you also come in and evaluate our properties and things like that?
Yes.
Can you help us with that?
We do have walk-in clients for even from up to the townships and up to the multinationals, where we do specialized assets. Power stations, we've done that. Small corner shops at a township, we've done that. Valuations. We can set one valuer or inspector to go out on site and do a valuation and give them a report that enables them to access equity, grants, and banking, and for them to be bankable once we have that valuation of that asset. One of the challenges that I just want to add on what MEC was mentioning is that we did valuation of a portfolio in the industrial zones. The industrial zones are getting dilapidated, and we find that they were controlled by the economic development institutions in government. And when we did the valuation, we were trying to find out how we can revive these industrial zone and bring quality tenants and so on. So these are massive industrial infrastructure that are just sitting there inundated, and they can be used for mass production that can enable us to be able to benefit everyone in the value chain. And this is a missed opportunity currently. The same institution has the same issues as FDC. It's called Northwest Development Corporation. We finished their IP register. And also, when we are there, they're having revenue challenges. They're insolvent, but for them to keep afloat, they need a good turnaround strategy. So what we mean by that is that there needs to be a change in the perception, the mindset of the officials, and also for the economy. The strategic partner needs to come in, maybe from China or even here locally. But the banks also need to pull up their socks as well. We still have about few commercial banks, and our banks are more centralized on personal lending, and business lending is not more of a big focus, because we need banks like in China, where you have a bank that focuses on construction sector, textile industry, to different industries to understand the risk and the opportunities within that industry. When you have that mind focus into a certain industry, that banking that is focused on a tailor-made or bespoke services of the late payments, as you mentioned, because I can have delivered work that has been audited, and I have a payment certificate, and it's been approved, but the institution doesn't have money. But my work will enable them to get more money in the future. So a banker can come to do a risk assessment, because this is government. They will definitely pay because they're collecting taxes. The risk is quite low. Why don't you do that and enable that SMME to access funding or working capital facility with the bank in order to go on for the foreseeable future, for the next 6 months, rather than waiting for payment for 6 months, where you have a backlog in salaries, backlog in overheads, and so on. And then that creates also, even it reduces the morale of your employees. So, thank you.
Let's talk about lifting up the morale, because the MEC brought some couple of people. I would like for them to tell us what they're doing. I'm already starting with the people here. And let's start, Baba.
Doc,
Yes.
sorry, may I just comment on this?
Sure.
'Cause
And then,
it's
guys,
from me.
let's get some mics going here. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do apologize for interrupting you,
Sure,
Doc,
no, go
but
ahead.
this is prompt me. And it's coming from the bank. I just need to make mention of this. I was a banker, I was a private banker, commercial banker. As black people in South Africa, if you go to a bank, and I'm also going to challenge the structure of banks today. If you go to a bank and you ask for a personal loan, of 100,000 based on your income. They look at your confidential limits and what the amounts come into your account. So they offer you the loan of 100,000 overdraft. Then you can look at a personal revolving credit loan of another 100,000. Then you're looking at a MasterCard of 50,000. It's awarded and afforded to you. You go and you want to purchase a home of, let's say, 1.2, 1.5, let's say 2 million. You then want to take out a vehicle asset finance loan in your personal capacity of 500,000. We're looking at close to 2.75 million, right, in your personal name, just based on your income and the affordability that you have. But allow a business person to go into a bank with a business plan and a new idea, and you ask them to borrow you that amount of money, 2.75 million, for your business. What do you think your bank is going to say?
No.
No. So you can purchase all of that. You can have a credit profile at 2.75 million, being a worker. But being an entrepreneur, a business owner, the bank is not going to ask you to. They're going to ask you to jump through hoops. You're going to have to do a business plan, a cash flow analysis. It's taking risks, surety, tangible security, and so on and so forth. So those are some of the discussions that we need to have when we come to this conversation. But my call to Black Dot, am I right? Yes. Is to say you're sitting with a property portfolio. Yes. The average mean analysis in terms of income has reduced based on the current pandemic, yes, based on the ability to sit in a housed environment. That is an opportunity for us to say, as we're shifting this economy, we are a service-based type of consulting economy, not a production-based. And I'm going back to this. Because if you're going to take people out of that environment, which is service-based, say, come, let's produce those syringes. And I've got property that's open to you. I'm going to give you a 6 to 12 months rental holiday. And you make up that rent eventually when you start producing and selling. That is driving that economy through property. And let me tell you that, let's make no mistake, land and property is one of the key drivers to financial liberation. I can tell you that coming from the bank as well, I have got an access bond. I was 23, 24 when I purchased a very, very small property at 300,000 Rand, little flat in Langenhoven Park. I'm still using that access bond today to be able to leverage funds for me to do other things. So you take a property, it's an asset. I don't have to go to the bank every single time, register a bond, pay bond costs, initiation fees, facility fees, and so on and so forth. I pay up my bond, and the balance that I have in there, as and when I need to make other investments, I utilize it from there. So land, assets, building a net asset value through tangible assets is the way to go. Yes. And I'm asking that entities like yourself provide those who have been previously disadvantaged with no trust funds, no family's historical wealth, to be able to help and grow this society that has to disrupt this economy. Please provide them with some of your solutions that are stagnant, and let us help the efficacy of the manner in which we're looking at leveraging some of our assets in our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I'm going to make sure, Missy, that we get his details. Young man, short man, please stand up and introduce yourself. There's a short brother here. Look at that. You know, that short brother right there. Sharon, just give him a, you know. We now talk about the practical stuff. Go ahead. Yes. So 2 ladies must come to get your height. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Hi, how are you guys? Abdurrahman Abrams. I represent Basic Blue. We're a trading company. I have partnered up with the Chinese. We have very strong contacts in the government in China.
No, not Troy, the other Chinese guy. Just be sure.
No, not Troy.
Yeah, so we still
Troy.
need that money. We need that money. Try, my brother. Get the Chinese brother to hook up with another Chinese brother. Let's make some money.
I'm sure they know each other.
Sure, go ahead.
No, so talking about trading, At the moment, we're doing quite a bit from Africa, looking Zambia, Sudan, Rwanda.
And what are you
And-
trading, sir?
Sorry?
Not marijuana. What are you trading, sir?
We're looking at,
Just checking, my friend.
yeah, there's minerals and agricultural equipment. We're looking at bringing in different types of food products for the animals. At you know, different agriculture. If we think about it, if we look at South Africa, if you buy a John Deere tractor for one of the farmers, they're paying 2.8 million for one of those, whereas we can bring it in for at least half the price. Wow. And it has 1,000 more hours warranty on it. And the rest of the money can actually go into the ground for the farmers. You understand? So we're looking at projects like that. And then talking to African Bank, we
Yes.
had an opportunity with the Chinese government. So what happens is the funds are sitting in Europe and in America, the investment funds where they invest into businesses. It's called the DDC account. They are looking to move it to Africa and get all that funds, pull the funds from Europe, pull the funds from America, and get it into South Africa, into Africa, and fund projects through all the different, whatever needs to be done on the side, whether it be railway, electricity, that type of thing.
And you see, there's a verse in the Bible. It says, "My people die, not because of Corona or Omicron or the devil. My people die because of lack of knowledge." And that is why these kind of conversations are great, because you and I are going to talk after this, but a lot of people are going to ask you questions now. And Madam, can you just share with us what you're doing? And just to encourage other people, Sharon, if you can, yeah, we'll just sanitize that one there quickly. This one is other sanitized. Just need to follow the protocols here, yeah.
Hi, everyone. This is Ashika Johardine. I'm the founder of a company called Pledge Right. So the vision for the company is basically we pledge to do the right thing for society. So the idea is to the commitment is to serve the community, to serve people in need. So we just linked up now, and I met the beautiful lady in charge of Masana, and they have a project where they are producing a beautiful nutritional product that can help alleviate malnutrition all over the country, all over Africa, all over the continent. And my vision is to be the key, the link between her vision and getting it into the right hands. Yes. So if I can make the link between her vision, her product she's producing, and I can get it to the right corporations who's trying to spend their money on CSI projects, who wants to serve, create those links so that we can get the product to the people still at the right price. That is the goal of the company, the vision that we have in our company. Also through Basic Blue Trading, through their companies, visions that they have is when they do certain work, they would have portions of their money going into foundation work. So what I would be doing is creating that, viewing those projects, identifying the needs in those communities, and trying to use the funds in the best possible way, in sustainable projects. You don't just want to go to a community and just feed them for a day. You don't want to feed a child today and tomorrow the child doesn't know where they're getting their meal from. So we want to set up projects where we know kids are being fed, they're being taught skills, they're being uplifted in a complete holistic way and a sustainable way. So, yes, that's the vision of our company. That is what we are trying to achieve, what we are trying to do, creating the right links. There's also another project where we are locally producing in Tombe pads, sanitary pads, because we identify how many girls are missing school, days at school because of menstruation. And to get a cheaper pad, usually the quality of it is so bad for the girls, you know, so uncomfortable. So we have actually now, we're producing these sanitary pads locally in PE, and we still want to get it to the girls at the best possible price. So we're trying to go through corporations, through different government initiatives, through wherever we can, any channel we can, to get it to the girls so that the girls can get to school through, no matter what, through those monthly periods that all of the girls are going to face at some point. We still want them to be able to go to school and get their education and not be at a disadvantage. So these are all the projects we're looking at. I would love to link up with any company who has those visions and see how we can get it into the right hands. So that would be the goal and the target. And that's how
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like for you also maybe to make some contribution, Sharon. Yeah. Then prepare 2 or 3 questions which will wrap up the session. Go ahead, Mama.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me? My name is Dineo Manyoni, and I'm a representative from G2M Group. So we are basically involved in construction, property. We're also trading in commodities. So we've teamed up with Basic Blue as well in terms of sourcing them the commodities like gold and copper. And then one of our also main businesses that we're in is beef. So we have managed to secure an offtake agreement with the Chinese, not Troy.
Troy, I'm trying, my brother. You know, maybe you need to leave this business and get involved in the other business.
So the offtake agreement, they're looking for 25,000 odd metric tons annually that we need to provide them with. So we are in the process of constructing an abattoir in the Free State, and we're involved in the entire value chain. So we speak of from, sorry, I've got my back to you. No, go ahead. The TV's okay. So we are involved from field to fork, so from the breeding, the rearing, getting the animals into the feedlot, as well as slaughtering and then processing, obviously your deboning and the rest of it, and then getting it out. So we exporting currently to the Middle East. We also dealing in the local markets, supplying in the local markets, and procuring animals as far as Botswana. So thank you. We'll also be coming to African Bank and see what we can do with trade financing. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks so much. Pastors, our bishops there, please stand up. We are noticing that please stand up, let the people notice you. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks so much for the support. Today, we did open in prayer, but we say you pray, but prayer without works is dead. So today we're on the work side, you know. Yes, we were talking the business side, so that the guys can be able to pay their tithes and offering. Thanks so much. Folks, any questions or comments this side before we wrap up this session? And Mom Carol, in a couple of minutes, you need to come and give the gifts to the 2 people. One question there, hold on, Sharon, 1 there. And then another question there, going 2, 3. Okay, those 3 questions. Mama, go ahead. We need a mic because unfortunately the people online must also hear your questions there. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Esther. It's not really a question. I just want to say I'm proud of the women empowering themselves here in this country. I'm from the UK. I'm from Manchester. I'm a market trader. I penetrated those places where normally everyone, all of us that are going there, we want to be doctors, nurses, or carers and things like that in England. But I penetrated. I stood up for myself. I actually ran a shebeen. I was one of the first people to run a shebeen in England. I stood up for myself. And now I'm in the markets. You know, the markets in England are, I'll just call it the same here. I'm a market trader. And I deal straightforward, you know, the white, black, whoever. I sell confectionery, chocolates, cakes, sweets, and biscuits. And all of them, they all think I'm British. Until I tell them I'm Southern African, guys. And I'm proud to say that I stood up as a woman. What I want to say is, don't let somebody say no to you, and don't think somebody's going to say no to you. Go forward and do what you want and ask. Go stand in front of a person and ask, and let them say no to you. Don't allow somebody to say no for you. You know, that's all I just want to say. Empowerment of the women. Go forward. Thank you.
Amandla, congratulations, Doc, if I
And
may.
I see Khadija likes it, Amanda, because she's too much on women empowerment. Go ahead.
No, Malibongwe, Gamala Makosikazi.
Nkosikazi.
No, but Doc, if I may, congratulations, Mama. I think you're flying the South African flag high all over the world, and I'm so proud, all of Africa. So we are proud to see strong women stand up and yes, never accept a no. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last two more questions, yes, sir? And then Dave, I think you'll be the last person there. Go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Didier. I'm actually from the DRC. I've been here for 22 years. I've established a company called Applied Intel in 2013. After leaving the banking sector at FNB, started my own company, and well, it hasn't gone as well as I wanted it to go, but I'm still in there. I just wanted to touch up on a few things that my brother David and the MEC just spoke about, as far as the challenges that we're going through, not only in South Africa, but also as in Africa as a whole. We have to realize one thing. South Africa has as many challenges as we have here. Other African countries have it worse. They really have it worse. And I'd have to, it's not a reason for other African countries to lay back. It is actually a reason for us, an opportunity to reach out to other African countries and pull from them whatever knowledge and experience and expertise they has so that we can go forward. As a resolution, seeing how other countries, African countries are doing now, as an entrepreneur, I've resolved that the only solution is to look away from government, not even to count on government. That is how bad other African countries have it. You look away from government because they're supposed to be the referees to set the rules and the tone of the game. But they are actually the ones being the stumbling block for development. I'm sorry to say that. So you look away from government, and of course you cannot really 100% count on the banks. And I have to say this because I come from the banking industry. These are the two rules for credit to be given to you: affordability and willingness to pay. Okay? Well, a lot of us are previously disadvantaged, but now all of us are pandemically disadvantaged. So everyone has gone through this pandemic. Even those who were rich yesterday, they're feeling the pinch now. So the banking rules, they have to change as far as supporting entrepreneurship. It cannot be the same rules again as we had before when we still had a bit of money to spend. The rules cannot be the same. My brother David spoke about the banking industry in China, where you find a bank that is focused on a certain industry. They would understand, they will have a good understanding of that industry more than any other bank that is generalizing in lending.
Yes, sir.
So basically, we need a form of banking system that understands entrepreneurship and the risk that goes with it. I can walk up to a bank as an entrepreneur and all I have is a dream. Really, all I have is a dream. I can't afford, but I'm willing to pay. What happens then? All I have is a dream. We need a banking system that understands that you can sponsor a person that has a dream.
But you see, I'm sorry to interrupt you. And you see, that's where even the politicians, because who gives these banks license? So again, we must be rigid in giving the license to these. This license must cover this and this and this and this.
Yes.
That is why in India, they're disrupting. That is why in places like Rwanda, in Kigali, I mean, that president, whether you like him or not, he kicks butt, okay? He's radical. With us here in South Africa, you cannot have billions of rand going to these banks, established banks. We still do not have a government bank in South Africa.
We do
you
not.
know, later on we'll talk about African bank. That's where we're going. But we need an African bank. The land bank is there, but it's under-resourced. So again, these are the whole radical stuff. But again, I like what the MEC said. I'm not going to repeat her speech. When people are hurtful, you know what hurtful means? I'm not sure in the DRC.
No,
you
no,
know, it's gutful.
That's one thing we know.
Okay.
Hurtful.
Yeah, in Afrikaans is hurtful. You know, my mind's clear. So I didn't say, you know, yeah. Until we come to a point where we are sick and tired of the whole old ways of doing things, we're not going to succeed, my brother.
No, we are not.
And that is why I'm saying it is refreshing to hear, that's the word I said, to an MEC of finance saying, folks, the trajectory is not looking good. We cannot keep, business cannot be a business as usual. No. With the pandemic, Omicron, Delta, and we still want to survive. We can't. So the question is, what are you going to do about it? Those things are fine. I don't want it to be a griping session. I'm challenging you, because this is live. What are we going to do about it?
What are we going to do about it? We have established businesses that began as entrepreneurs.
George is going to be sitting here. Let's put our hands together for the president of the South African United Business Confederation. You see, these are kind of guys you need to talk to. You see, now you see my timing. I told you I'm a prophet. Now, these are kind of guys who are disrupting the system, okay? But go ahead, sir.
What do we need to do about it? We have now established businesses that began as entrepreneurs. It will be ungrateful for those businesses to leave behind entrepreneurs that are starting up in the hands of the banks that have to follow the set rules of the industry. We need established businesses that understand the risk, because they started as small as we are now, to sponsor and to hold the hands of those who are upstarting now. That is what we need to do about it.
And the good news, and not to be rude, that's exactly when I said, your timing is perfect. You're saying this thing, and guess who shows up? So you're going to find out what SAUPC is doing and why people like us, as I can, have partnered with them, okay? Just last week, they were just signing another deal with another da-da-da-da. He'll tell you about it. So again, we don't want to talk, you know, because the problem with conferences, we talk and
we
talk.
talk a lot, yes.
In Afrikaans, ek is heeltemal nar met seminars. You know what I mean? Yeah. We need action plan. So I'm saying that you came to the right place, because you're going to find out in a couple of minutes what the guys are doing, not thinking, not waiting for government, what SMMEs are doing to kick butt so that we can get things going. Then, as MEC said, then when they see you doing that, they are the ones coming to you. Yesterday, Dave and I were in another CEO government, we were there together. They're now calling us, guys, how can we partner? Isn't that wonderful? Yes. I was tempted to say, write an SPT form, do a tender, you know, whatever. I was nearly tempted to say, you also need to tender. But they're desperate. But again, until we become proactive, as Mama said, the challenge with small business, we are always reactive. Yes. And when you are reactive, you become inactive and end up becoming radioactive. We become poison. We have so much anger about the government. So today you came to the right point. Let's wrap up, because we still have one more. But you're going to like some of your answers, I promise you. He was not there. The answers are already here.
I appreciate that. But that was my contribution.
Yes.
That was it. Small businesses, well, established businesses that started small, they have to look back and reach out. Because then the rules will be different. They understand the risk more than the bank would. Thank you.
Awesome. Dave, the last questions before we wrap up here. Thank you so much, sir. And you can vote now, is that right? You can vote now. 22 years, you can vote here, my brother. Yeah, so vote the us guys out that you don't like, okay? That's the way we also hit them hard.
Thank you, Doc. Good morning, everyone. My name is David. None of the ones on the stage. I'm the other David. So on the stage we have DD and G. So yes, my question is, before my question, please allow me to say this. I'm a money man, but I don't have it. I'm also in the banking industry, and my worry is always one. Each and every single day, I interact with these small and medium enterprises. I'm working for a medium, I would say, banking institution. It's not one of those big banks, but we do funding for these small businesses. And what really worries me each and every single day is that these medium businesses, like the one that I normally, offer my services to, is they get funding. They get funded by these big banks, and also other financial institutions abroad to assist the small businesses. I'm also an entrepreneur myself. And the problem and the challenge that we're facing each and every single day, I remember like 2 weeks back talking to this other gentleman. He's running a business. He was doing well before the pandemic. The man used to have a 10 over 40 M and above. But now, in the past year, zero, none, not even 10,000, nothing. And now he just got smaller projects from one of the government departments, and he's just only asking for 200,000 just to execute the project. But unfortunately, we couldn't help him. And he was actually angry and swearing at me. He said to me, I thought you guys are different to the banks, but unfortunately, you are not doing anything different as compared to what they're doing. I walk into the bank, I'm asking for 200,000. They want to use my house as a collateral. My house is worth 2 million. My cars are fully paid. They still want to attach my cars as collateral, but I'm only asking for 200,000, which I'm going to pay back in 2 weeks. And now you are now asking me for all these 100 million documents, and also this question, you also telling me that for you to be sure that I can afford, I need to have made so much money in the past 12 months. I'm saying to you, I didn't make anything, but I can guarantee you that in the next 2 weeks in my bank account, there will be 800,000, and all I'm asking from is 200. But I still couldn't help him. And we got so much of talent in the townships, anywhere you name it, in Africa, South Africa, everywhere. We have skills. It may not match what the skills that in China they have or US, but those that do have skills, they have registered businesses. They are startup businesses, but the challenge is one, a working capital. We have your CEDA, we have your CIFA, we have banks. You walk in there, they ask you, did you make 5 million in the past 12 months? No, but I'm asking for 150,000. It's a red tape. Now, you spoke about policies. We are policies, we are making these policies, yes. But unfortunately, we can be part and parcel of the policy, but we're actually not making it. Decisions are taken for us. And we're just being manipulated by the so-called vote that is my voice, but it's not saying anything. But to cut my story short is, what do we do? What is it that we can do to assist those small businesses out there, those young stars out there that have a skill, that have a qualification, but they don't have a working capital? What is it that we can do today to assist those young ones to get there?
And Dave, that's a good answer, so I'm going to ask you first, Dave, to answer that. And then afterwards, I'm going to get your phone numbers, website on how people can get a hold of you. Yes. And MEC, you started this. Please, I want you also to answer that question. And if people want to get hold of you, you know, what you're doing there, why not have a trip to the Free State to see what you're doing there? Dave, let's go for it.
No, thank you. I think the gentleman, David, hit the spot. It's one of our biggest challenges as well, where we struggle also with late payments, but we got overheads that are fixed every month. You are faced with your landlord, growth points per se. You are faced with your employees' salaries and so on. But at the back, you got contracts that are worth over 100 million. You have contracts you got invoices that are out over 5 million, but there is no institution willing to raise their hand to say, let's work with you, let's help you. So it's been a challenge. So what we normally do is we've created partners within our sphere, different companies that we work with. Like for now, we've started, due to the pandemic, it's 3 companies that have merged in a partnership: DS Consulting, Kumza Enterprise, and Black Dot Property Consultants. So we said, let's get a bigger office space and share risk in terms of when your business makes a certain income, you will cover my certain overheads this
And
month.
if I've got a tender, I can't service the tender, you guys can help me out. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So it's more of a collaborative effort to make sure that we stay afloat. So we do have our financiers. They've been assisting us as well, but they come at a certain interest rate, which is quite exorbitant, 50% in some cases. But for the purpose of keeping that payroll going, we go there, no matter what. But once a big invoice comes in, we just clear that entire credit. But that's the approach currently right now.
But David, what the other Dave and the gentleman from Congo was saying is, surely there's an opportunity there, some joint venture capitals or whatever, there is an opportunity there where we can be able to help the people.
Yes, I think it takes industry leaders or established businesses to actually sit down with the banks or other financial institutions or institutions that are collecting your premiums, or for instance, let's take your medical aid funds or asset managers and so on. And then asset managers in most cases are far away from the game per se, where you find in America, asset managers are closer to your Silicon Valley looking for the next pop-up company, the next big thing, the next Facebook, the next whatever internet digital company. But in South Africa, the asset managers and the people that hold the capital are really concentrating on what's happening in Europe and the stock market, and also...
But as MEC said,
yes.
it's a mindset shift there.
Yes.
Dave, because of time, how can people get a hold of you, my brother?
Okay.
And before you leave, there's a guy here by the name of Witness. Witness, stand up, where are you? Witness is an entrepreneur in property. You and him need to connect. Yes. In 2 minutes, I'm going to call him to do a quick thing. On the 4th, we're doing a big thing on property, so you need to connect with him. Not these 30 days, 60 days, and things like that.
Thank you.
So how can people get a hold of you?
It's www.black.pc.co.za.
Say it again slowly.
It's www.black.pc.co.za.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's David Golofala Pebade.
Thank you.
A young man that I'm privileged to know, and we're going to do wonderful things. You don't have to leave now, bro. Madam, can we just wrap that question and maybe give us your final comments there? Off the record, 17 and 18 of March. Please, if you can diarize that. 17 and 18 of March. We're going to do, Chief of Staff, 17 and 18. It's human rights and the whole SMME things. And nobody has done that in Africa. We're going to talk about human rights, but let's talk about the money part. All of you guys talk about the softer part. 17 and 18 in the very same auditorium here. We're going to be doing the whole human rights and then focusing that is on the SMME side. Okay? So please diarize that, because we'd like for you to do plus minus what you've done here. So MEC, final words of encouragement, maybe addressing the issue, and wrap this session for us so that we can move on to the other sessions.
No, once again, Dr. Malapo and your wife and the beautiful audience and all the sponsors and everyone in the room, thank you once again for this opportunity. It was a great pleasure and honor for me to be here. Doc, I think if I may start, and both speakers had displayed the lack of confidence in our government, and it is understood. With what is happening in our media, with the paradigm that is being brought about in terms of the ruling party, in terms of its government, it is a challenge for us to remain positive in this very, very difficult environment. But people like ourselves who still believe in South Africa, in its potential, in its opportunities, and those of us who are still fighting for our children and our grandchildren to have the best lives in Africa and South Africa, we will still go out there and deliver and inspire hope to our people. So I think if I want to go back into the detailed conversation about funding and the systems that we have to operate in as business people and entrepreneurs who are entering the market, I can assure you that our supply chain rules within government also fails to allow new entries to the market. Why? Because we've got prescripts that drive functionality and price. Functionality talks to economies of scale, people who have been in business for longer, people who have had historic experiences in doing business with government. And those are some of the tick point check boxes that we look at and the methods in which we award new business. Price, we're talking about, once again, economies of scale, the issue of production, the issue of bringing something to the market cheaper. And all of those are systemic issues that are hindering our SMMEs from really being completely competitive in the public sector market. So those are areas where I agree as policymakers, we've changed and promulgated the triple PFA in 2017 to do with 30% set-asides to previously disadvantaged individuals in designated groups. That's been done, but it talks to the individuals that are driving it through specifications, evaluations, and adjudication. And I can say this as the MEC of Finance who takes care of governance. I'm not happy about the manual manipulation of systems still within our governments. And our role towards e-governance is so critical at this very, very crucial time. But in the sense, when we're talking about disrupting the system and resetting the economy, these are areas where banking systems, the fiduciaries, the legislation and legislators have a critical key role to play to make sure that we will still not remain behind like we have in the past, but align ourselves to future economies. So when we take the issue of being practical to your sense, there are funders, and I can assure you there are people in the room that can tell you, I'll give you a list of funders in the Free State. If you have a contract and you need bridging finance towards that contract, a funder would bridge that funds towards that contract, but make sure that there's a session in place and assist you with the funding for a certain period, and then allow for you to repay it against the payment of that contract. There are some of those out there, and my office can provide you with that detail. But apart from that, as Free State, what we've done is we set up a tribunal of funding, because SMMEs have become very smart in the sense that you double dip. So you go to a bank and you assess upon repayment ability against Winded, all the information that's at your disposal. But then you go to CIFA and you borrow money from CIFA. Then you go to NEF and you're borrowing money from NEF. If you're a youth, you go to NYDA. Then you are at IDC looking for funding, some bigger projects at PIC. To the extent where affordability becomes an issue for that individual in terms of growth and growth of their businesses. So we set up a tribunal, Doc, where you have all these players, the banks, the DFIs, and local funders sitting around the table assessing business plans. And what I did at the time in my tenure in Destia is that I arranged grant funding. So I had a fund to the value of 40 million for micro-enterprises that needed 50,000 Rand or less to assist their business. And they would come with their business plans. We would set up a long-term sustainable funding mechanism and part grant, part funding. And we called that a risk-sharing agreement, where you share the risk as Destia with a grant. That was your collateral, and the funder would come in with a balance. So it really, really worked. But I can assure you, if we look, I just want to make a typical example of something. And what we need to understand as funders, an African bank, you are here. I was in public sector, I was the HOD of, Public Works and Infrastructure. I did rental agreements for commercial infrastructure for public works, where government offices would be leased from private commercial landowners. We decided about 7 years ago that we were going to shift our rental database from a 75% white-owned owners to 60% black-owned. Challenges that we have is that the white-owned businesses who were able to lease their offices to government had already paid up those offices, those buildings. So all they needed was funding for maintenance, and all they needed was funding to ensure that the generic operations of that building was dealt with. They had property guides and so on and so forth. A black person comes into the market, has to go to a bank, and has to purchase the property against the contract that Public Works give you. First and foremost, as you negotiate price, 110 Rand per square meter, right, is the same 110 Rand per square meter that you offer to, because it's market-related values, you offer to your white counterpart. That white counterpart doesn't have to take out interest rates, expenditure, doesn't have to deal with the capital expenditure of paying up the loan. That, all he has to deal with is the maintenance. Whilst the black counterpart who is now entering this market has to pay up a loan, has to pay up interest, has to reconstruct the building for disability approval and so on and so forth, where the break even to them is only after 10 to 15 years. That person's not going to see a cent of that investment only after 10 to 15 years. And then government changes its policy to rental agreements for 10 years. When does that person make money? So those are some of the conversations that we must have to be able to provide that environment for business to grow. And those are the conversations when I go into a national lekgotla and we deal the issues of economy. It is those type of discussions that we have. And it's imperative for us to start working towards gathering information, getting papers from people like yourselves, so that when it's time for lekgotla, we as leaders represent your issues and your challenges at the highest decision-making level of this country.
Oh, trust me, we will do that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the MEC, Ms. Khadija Brown. House Carol, come in there, just present something to them, please, the two people. House Carol with her husband, they own Rick Walk. Please, for all your uniforms, bags, and things like that, they are available there, and she's going to be presenting that. Because you are on television, make sure you disclose this, eh?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask my chief of staff to deal with that. And it was not necessary, Doc. I really did it with pleasure, and I'm just happy to provide some of
But 17 and 18,
Thank
again,
you.
this is on record.
Thank you so
Chief
much.
of Staff, we need to continue on this thing. Mama, just share with them what you're giving, and then also to Brother Dave. You can open like it, yeah, that's it. Yes, yes.
So everyone, they manufacture these beautiful backpacks, and it's leather-based, material-based. It's absolutely stunning. You see our marketing, but thank you so much. This is absolutely beautiful. Well done. So where's your plant?
We are situated in Midrand, yes.
And you distribute to? Who are your customers?
Pinnacle, can I mention them? The biggest.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, Pinnacle as a laptop distributor, Mastec, and then individually.
You see, women are movers and shakers, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for the gift.
Thank you, and ma'am, make sure you give you give each other. Oh, nami I told them for it. I'm not government. I don't have to disclose, ma'am. Ibra, thanks so much, bro. Sure. Go ahead, bro. Unkosikazi ubhekile ngithi ube sure ukuthi yam or yethu. Sibe clear lapho ke. Yeah, okay.
I think it's important for us to indicate that. Okay. I think it's important for us to indicate that this is not a present to you, Doc. It's actually a token of appreciation. The effort that you have done to mobilize all of us here cannot be taken lightly. Because we want to believe that some of us who are seated here will emerge victorious out of this particular session. Hence, we're saying this is just a token of appreciation. Thank you very much.
So you're avoiding the thing. Is it mine or ours? My wife and I. Why don't be a politician? Is it mine or is it ours? We want to be clear.
This one is particularly yours.
Ah, it was really good. Sharp, baba. Thank you so much. MEC, please, let's continue to support these wonderful people. But publicly, I want to say I want to say thank you so much for the kind of work. You've been in government for less than 10 years, but I'm sorry to use the word, you're kicking butt. And we are looking forward, as I can and our partners, to continue to learn. People say, can any good come out of the Free State? You've done some amazing stuff. So 17, 18 of March, you're going to be here. We need to talk about success stories so that we're able to deal with some of the people there. And again, for your time, I know you have to leave, but Brother Rolf, thanks so much. Brother Rolf switched things around from Dovetail. We are going to give Untate Sibulelo just a little bit before you leave. And we're going to play his video, a little bit of who he is. Let's connect, and then we are already Siabangena, as they say. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Mibra, thank you so much. That is Bulelo, can come and join me here. Can we play that 2 seconds with Brother Witness, and give Brother Witness a mic, please? Brother Witness, maybe you can come up here quickly. Munjan Chief.
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm about for social distance. Most of you know that I believe in young people, and this is an entrepreneur. Please introduce yourself quickly.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Witness Mdaka. I am a property entrepreneur. I'm also an author of a book called It's More Than Just Money, a guide to escaping the red race and building generational wealth.
And he's going to be one of our speakers on the 17th and 18th of March. Put that in there. Babu Dave, property. You guys in property, yeah. Chief, what's happening now? On the 4th, this Saturday, what's happening?
So, before I speak about the 4th,
yes,
I heard the MEC talk about something very important that I think every black person, young or old, needs to understand about land and property. The fact that MEC, whatever project you have, you're able to access your own property as a bank and get money out of it to do other projects. And it's something that a lot of people don't understand. I myself went to varsity using access bonds because my mother had overpaid her house, and she discovered that she had overpaid her house by 150,000 rands in 2008. She took some of the money and built back rooms at home in Tembisa and said to me, I must manage those back rooms if I want to go to university. And on top of that, she took some of that money and used to fund a part of my studies, of course. But what I took from that is that was my journey to becoming a property entrepreneur. From there, I built my own property business that I've been running for years now. And what is happening on Saturday is that I understand the importance of transferring skills like that to other young people, because we've got a lot of young and old people that do not understand that the cornerstone of wealth creation will always be business, property, and share investment. So we want to bring people into the understanding that if you want to build any sort of business for a country or any sort of wealth for a country, you need to start with the basics, understanding what the cornerstones are. And that's what we are doing on Saturday. We're doing the Wealthy Success Summit. Dr. Mlapo will be a speaker there. I myself will be a speaker, along with other property entrepreneurs and other people that have built businesses. And we are just transferring skills to other young and old people to say, listen, you've got the capacity to build businesses for yourself. And sometimes you already have those tools. Most people already have bonds. They already have properties. But all they need to do is understand that they could use that as a bank to either finance the second property, the third one, the fourth one.
And what time do we start, Baba?
We're starting at 9 o'clock.
Because I want them to come. 9 o'clock until what time?
So until 5. Registration is from 8. We're starting at 9. MEC, if you're available, would like you to come and give a word.
No, 17, 18, you will see. But for a website, if they want to register now, today,
Yeah.
because a lot of people are online because of this Omicron thing. So give them your website, where can they register, or a
So
number?
you can register on Quicket. Quicket, www.quicket.co.za. You search for the Wealthy Success Summit, and you'll be able to buy your ticket from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baba, but you're still here for some couple of minutes. People can network with you around here, is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I must say, I want you to listen to Brother George, because you need to hook up with him. Ladies and gentlemen, witness Mdaga, a brother, an author, and again, 17, 18 of March, I'm already booking. He's one of our speakers to talk about real issues. How do you make money? Yes, thanks so much. On the 4th, I'll be coming to speak to you for you. Check. I don't want these 90 days things. Baba. By the way, you already paid in advance. Give him a wonderful round of applause. He paid in advance. Witness, we love and appreciate you, Baba. So Arnold, he'll give you the information. We'll keep on pumping that thing in there, okay? And then the short videos, we'll squeeze them in there. Is that okay? Sharp. Okay, my love. I see property. I'm a peg, my Baba. Yeah. Can we play the SAUBC? And then I know my brother needs to run. Baba, thanks so much, Tate George. And I like your socks, by the way, Baba. Yeah, let's watch. Maybe if we can move to the other side. Let's just watch the video, and then we've got a short interview because you need to go somewhere.
A new business lobby group has been launched today in Johannesburg. The South African United Business Council is founded by the former secretary of the Black Business Council, George Sebulela.
Now, maybe let me start by saying, what is the primary vision of SAUBC? We have made the decision that we want, at least for any citizen anywhere in the world, to make and be committed to make South Africa to become the best investment destination in the world. That's where we start. The second is, you have read very interesting stats about the unemployment rate, the job losses that are happening, the youth. We've missed the percentage of the youth, which sits even 35% of that number. Now, what does that mean? It means the majority, over 10 million of the people are unemployed. It's a very serious issue. And that issue needs to be tackled by all different spheres of South Africa.
But I would talk on behalf of the members of the South African United Business Confederation.
Indatera Sitaba, who is the chairman of the newly launched South African United Business Confederation, and that a mouthful then. 3 or 4 weeks ago, what you are suggesting will probably just finish off that budget if they were
but
to
the
replicate.
business is finished. They won't be able to pay the taxes that must support those taxes. We need to look for other measures.
But wouldn't that be
the value chain of taking bananas and meat to macro that people are stockpiling will soon come to an end?
It doesn't work. Yes. The key issue is there has to be a transformational process that is taking place. And that transformational process, it should be done as quick as possible to make sure that the vulnerables don't find themselves extremely vulnerable.
Council, SAUBC, non-profit and a non-racial business and economic federation here that represents cross-cutting business interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for my brother, George Sibulela Legamfwetu.
Thanks.
I think the video did a good job, but I still need to squeeze 2 or 3 questions.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks.
The MEC
I must say you're putting a lot of, I'm under pressure now, so.
You know me, bro. I want to stretch you. Yeah. The MEC today opened and gave us some powerful stuff and some questions there. And you are one of the answers. Why SAUBC? We've got so many BC, AC, ANC, what all these are, why another BC?
Doc, let me maybe give you this background. I think we must take a lot of time to educate ourselves in terms of the business structures in South Africa. And I've heard that comment a number of times, because if you go to BMF, for example, you go to APSIB, these are industry sector organizations, so they would belong to a certain confederation, for lack of a better word. In this country, we always had what we call business unity of South Africa. And at the time, business unity of South Africa had problems against black business. And black business decided to withdraw from business unity of South Africa for simple reason that the majority of the black associations, not confederation, associations, could not afford to pay the membership in BUSA, which is the business unity of South Africa. Because the membership sits at 250,000 rent on an annual basis of 500,000. Now, in confederations, when you go in annual general meetings, decisions are taken. Only members in good standing can vote for a decision. And you find that because of affordability, 90% of the black associations are not members in good standing, which means each and every decision that takes place in that meeting is in favor of BUSA, which is predominantly white and represent the listed companies. Then BBC was reconstituted, and we had the first leadership, and we came in on the second leadership as I was the chairman of BBC, and then subsequent to that, the Secretary General of BBC. Why I give you this?
And BBC
this history,
means the Black Business
the
Council.
Black Business Council, yes. Why I give you this history? We're talking the history of 1994 coming down. Unless you participate in this organization just because you want them as they are, or you participate in these organizations on the basis of adding value in the economy of this country, then you'll take it as they happen and you will not make any change. But the truth of the matter is business unity of South Africa remains to sit in NEDLAC, for example. And often the president and ministers, when they make decisions, they will say, we consulted NEDLAC. And NEDLAC makes a decision on behalf of business and on behalf of the society, by the way. But the logic that tells you is just track since 1994 to today what has happened in the unemployment rate of this country. It's keep going up, keeps going up. Now that is a worrying factor. I took a trip with many ministers, presidents in many parts of the world. And we were in Davos. I recall the story. I was sharing with one of my sisters. While we were sitting in Davos, and I look at the representation of business for South Africa, And I realized that the leaders who are so-called representing South African business are simply the CEO of listed companies. Now the logic tells you, what is the interest of the CEO in their own business? It's a bonus, how much is going to earn, because the company has to do well. The second is the shareholders, because the shareholders have invested money. So they want to see some form of return on the investment. I questioned in that platform, in our briefing, and I questioned specifically to the president, and I said, why is the South African constituency has to be represented only by CEOs of these companies?
And no wonder some of the younger people talk about this white monopoly capitalist thing, because even though their representation,
yes,
it's there.
Yes.
So what did the president say to you?
Yeah.
Because you're based it on facts, because they are the people, and most people are not represented. So what did he say?
And my concern, I think, to share so that it should be understood, it was not a question of a black or white.
Yes. Business.
My concern was that key platform of dialogue for the development of the South African economy need a proper representation of business association in South Africa. Because these are the voice of industry, so that industry can develop and grow. That's logic. And if you look at other countries, Russia, China, and so on, they are very well represented by those business associations because their interest is for development. If we want to cover trade, we want the industry to present to the colleagues in other parts of the world on what the industry of South Africa is made up of. That's the logic. And I was given the assurance that in the next activity, it will be better. But this is where South African United Business Confederation was born. It was in Davos.
How long ago was that, sir?
It was 2.5 years ago. And we said, we are going to be a well-represented South African Confederation. Remember, I talked about BUSA, I talked about the Black Business Council. So don't be confused when you see and you say there are many. There are not many confederations in this country. There are only 2. The rest are members of some of those organizations. So BUSA will have BLSA and other few associations, and then BBC predominantly will be some of the black organizations.
So you disrupted because then you're number 3, but this is becoming more powerful now, SAUBC. From 2.5 years, what have you guys accomplished and how many federations, how many people? Give us statistics.
Yeah.
You know, today about Omicron, all these statistics and all these things. So SAUBC, give us some statistics. How many members are there? How many people are part of this awesome, including us, we are part of that, but just share some thoughts.
Maybe very quickly before I do that, and this is what I always share when I meet corporate South Africa, because they often want to engage with us. I say, you have to understand what we stand for and what our objectives are. Our objectives are very simple. The vision of SAUBC, as I mentioned on the video, is to ensure that we make this country to become on the top list of the investment destination in the world. The reason is very simple. Why we took that vision. When a decision of investment is taking place anywhere in the world, they look at countries. And they look at countries on how these countries operates, stability, security, infrastructure, you know, many policies that they look at. And if we don't feature, we will never have job creation. Because the lesser the foreign direct investment we experience, the lesser the growth of the economy. So we're starting from the basics. We're not going to start at the end. We start from the basics. If we position our country, we can be able to show the world what South Africa is made up of, not for them to go and read. When you are in the trade missions, you sit and present to a delegation of multi-billion businesses that are over 800 delegates. It's very critical to demonstrate what South Africa is made of so that they make us a choice of investment. When they choose a head office of the new development bank, they must say it must go to South Africa, not it must go to China. When they choose a large manufacturing plant of Tesla, they must not say it must start in China, it must start in South Africa. That's how you create jobs. That's number one. The objective of SAUBC, we said we will ensure on all economic policies that this country develops. We are going to play a role. Because government makes policies. But let me tell you, the majority of those policies are not helping the SMMEs to grow. It's a fact. Now, who is supposed to challenge those policies? You can't challenge those policies as an individual. And you can't challenge those policies in one indirect sector association. It's impossible. You have to be seen to have a strong voice of business that looks at policies on across the industry sector. So, coming to the answer. When we sold this vision to what we call interested associations that are committed to this country, they did not take long to understand what we were saying. And today we're sitting at 77 member associations in that particular period. And these associations are so large, they're so big, some of them have been there for 30, 40 years. If you look at the companies within those associations, it's over 1.2 million members. We combine on an export, because remember, our members is only limited to industry associations, export councils, and the chambers, whether they're regional or provincial. Combined, we export over 5 to 6 billion goods, $1 billion goods outside the country. We haven't gone to the GDP contribution because that number is quite high on what we contribute to the GDP. Now, the reason why this economic fact sheet is so important is the demonstration of what we can show the world as an industry body of the country. And we can present industry sectors. If the chairperson of NAMSA can present about the motor industry, he will be able to show the excellence of the motor industry in South Africa. If the president or the chairman of Franchise Association of South Africa would be able to show what the franchise industry is in South Africa and how much it employs in the country, and so on and so on and so on. So we are a force to reckon. If you ignore us, it's in your own peril. And we're growing very fast and big.
Two more questions, then we'll let you go. I know you have to rush. Second question, your statement said we help South Africa grow. Practically, how are you planning to do that?
Well, just to give you an example, just last week, we went to the Intra-Africa Trade Forum, and we launched what we call the virtual trade platform. MEC, I want to take you on this platform. It is a platform that will allow SMMEs to be able to trade with the world and Africa in totality, virtually. So you don't need to catch a plane and go, or maybe going back DTI to give you a subsidy for you to be in a plane and set up a stand for exhibition. You just sit in front of your computer and you start interacting with the world virtually. We can set up that stand to look even far better than what you were going to set up if you had gone to that specific one exhibition. So here, you target the global network as opposed to target one specific country. And we're working together with the AFTA on the trade agreement. So just to make sure that people can get some value. There's a number, and I want to make it very, very clear that our value of evaluation is going to be based on the policies that we influence so that the entrepreneurs can be able to excel. Just to give you an example, if you recall during as the COVID started and the PPE story, when it develops, we were very concerned that the majority of the procurement of government, and I said it even this on record, the Solidarity Fund was established by the president of the country. And various organizations contributed money into the Solidarity Fund. But Solidarity Fund, what it did, it then outsourced the entire procurement to not even a registered company, to a third-party organization called BSA. And BSA is Business South Africa. And BSA appointed companies like Imperial, Discovery, and so on, to spend billions on these companies. The question that comes in our mind, if we truly want to develop SMMEs and other businesses, is how would these people now access procurement? It's the logic. And what processes they have followed to appoint these companies. Which means, literally the budget of government was outsourced to an organization that does not have regulatory compliance of government. Because National Treasury was established with certain rules, PFMA and so on, for procurement purposes, triple PFA and many other policies. And here is about, I know you can deliver how much you're going to charge us, and then it goes. And we challenged that matter. We had a meeting with the DG of Finance, the minister, and we said, it's not correct. And it was withdrawn. Now, that's what we talk about policy. To say now, every SMME that exists can now go to National Treasury and procure, which could have been billions of rands could have been spent somewhere else. And that's the impact that we must measure ourselves. And in the process, we will improve on the trade desks. We will set up various channels of communications with the businesses. We would do business linkages. Today we have signed over 14 MOUs with international organizations and embassies and countries on the basis of bilateral trade between business to business. Remember, there's no limitation of an organization to run and build and participate in this economy outside government. I think it must be understood. Because government's role is to develop policies and business has to implement. That's the role of business. So we cannot sit and wait for government to do all these things and we do nothing. And we have made the promise that we'll do it our best.
Last question, sir. Thanks so much. How can people join SAUBC? What are the requirements?
The membership, as I said, is limited to associations, chambers, and export councils. So, if you are in the ICT sector, it will be through that association. If you are in the manufacturing, it will be through that association. And the reason for that is because we are a confederation. We don't want individuals or a CEO of MTN to come with a big check and say, you're going to do what MTN wants us to do. We don't want that. The idea here, we're building industries and capacity in order for us to have excellence. We are planning to set up a policy desk in Parliament, for example, where we can have excellency in research capacity on matters of policy. So it must be a school of excellence. You know, we want think tanks, and individuals are allowed to only participate within the policy subcommittees of SAUBC, which are from different industry sectors, because this is more experts driven than just individual membership. So there we welcome and invite anyone and everyone who believes he's got an expertise to offer as we continue. Because it's not only about procurement, because procurement is, while it's a very important element, but it's not good when the policies are not good. You would never succeed. And that's really the challenges that we face. But corporates, by the way, if you're a company and you want to be a partner, not a member, a partner of SAUBC. I saw Skyco is here. Yeah, Skyco is a partner of SAUBC, for example. We have been with Skyco since inception, and they've done very well for us. And many others like Fluxmans, JC Coke, which is the #1 billboard company in the world, Business Report, many of them are our partners. So in that angle, you are allowed to come as a company.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ntate George Sibulela. And as they say, watch the space. We want to say we honor you, sir. Thanks so much for being a trailblazer, shaking things up. And as we said, as ICANN and our networks and investors, we're looking together to tie up this thing. Thanks so much for partnering with us from yesterday, today, and obviously also for tomorrow. But now they know it's not SABC, it's SAUBC. Thank you. Is Brother Noah here already? Is he here? Brother Noah. Oh, good. You'll be coming soon, sir. My brother Rolf, let's two more, and then we're going to go to the United States, and then we are done for today. Thank you so much, my brother. I've sanitized this one there. Yeah, please, my brother. Or right here close to me there. Yes. How you doing, my brother?
Yes, very well, thank you,
Sure.
David,
We're going to talk. So from this morning to have a dynamic FEC, and I know you're going to blow her mind because you have one of the solutions. But how do you feel this morning?
Yes, very excited, thank you.
Lovely.
So the MSc, it was lovely just hearing some of those stats. Some of it was a little bit depressing, with the job losses, the employment numbers going down. But we think we're in a space where we can help in our sector of delivery and last mile delivery, especially in the healthcare sector. Dr. David, we spoke about that this morning. And people standing in queues, going to get their chronic medication at hospitals, at clinics. We don't see that should be the case at all. We've got the software, we've got the platforms, and with the right thinking and the right mindset, I think we were talking about having the mindset right and the right leadership, as the MEC rightfully raised. We can take advantage of all the trends that are happening right now in that last mile delivery, in e-commerce delivery. I was speaking now to Bafana, is that correct? I mean, Bafana wants to get 5,000 couriers going in the townships. That's a mindset. That's where the thinking needs to start. And Dovetail Business Solutions.
And then before we go there, maybe let's show this video, and then we'll come back again. Just show that video, and then I'm gonna shoot you with a lot of questions here. Okay? Maybe you can just shift a little bit there so you can see. Come back, my brother. I'm going to shoot 5 questions, and then we're going to allow people up there. You know, logistics is important, dear Brother Ralph, because even in heaven, you know, we need to know, are angels taking us, staircase to heaven, you know, in the town, you know, same thing in the townships. You know, we need to deliver stuff. Thank God for the Uber Eats, thank God for all the other innovative stuff, but you already have been working with some of the top guys, your DHL, FedEx, but there was something that touched you with the SMME thing. Talk to me about that vision.
Yes, thank you, Dr. David. So our vision is to be the #1 provider of track and trace software or logistics software into our selected countries in Africa. So that's our plan. We got a huge growth plan going up into Africa. And around SMMEs, all of our new software that's come out, in actual fact, we launched our new products in September, is all focused around SMMEs. And we might call them subcontractors in the industry, couriers, drivers, individuals. So we've created software which allows that industry where individuals can now get formalized, they can run their businesses through our software, they can get work, they can get deliveries, they can do the deliveries, and they can also create a network of owner-drivers and formalize their businesses. So it's all focused at the SMMEs, and we're very excited about that for the future.
The exciting part is in the healthcare community, because a lot of our go-go's and mamas or and babas, people who with chronic diseases, we cannot now go to the hospital. How can Dovetail, what are you doing to sort that situation?
Yes, so that is a very exciting project that we're working with. And again, you know, we saw even in COVID, people having to go through to the hospital, standing in queues and collect their chronic medication. But through our software now, and with the help of some of our existing customers, but also some new initiatives with the healthcare department, is we want that those goods are delivered to the candidates or to their houses or to their businesses where they're located, mainly houses, and they shouldn't have to go and collect that medication. We've got software which can facilitate the drivers to do that, the businesses to do the deliveries, and there's visibility on the goods being delivered accurately and correctly, and there's a lot of complexity in that process, and we've got the skills because over the last 27 years we've been working in these kind of spaces, and we've got the software to help do that, and now we're just making sure we get the projects to actually make sure we can actually get that as a reality.
I'm going to open it up for the people there. A classic situations like the food parcels during COVID. So the food parcels, whether it's EFF, DA, ANC, IFP, or independent, we can deliver something through the gift of the givers or faith-based organization, but we can track where we've delivered. Same thing like we do with medication, food parcel, anything can be delivered and it can be tracked. Is that right?
That is exactly correct. So everything, when we talk about track and trace means, you know, you scan the item, you know exactly where that parcel is, you know when it's been collected, you know when the food parcel's been delivered, and the whole process, is control in the process, and visibility. It creates visibility on what's been delivered, what hasn't been delivered, what's been collected, what hasn't been collected, and our software manages all of those operations, and it simplifies all of those processes. That's our key thing, that we are helping that environment.
So all the entrepreneur need is what? A smartphone.
Correct.
And you will train them on how to use that. Simple, is that right?
Correct. You'll also need a vehicle or a wheelbarrow if you're delivering something just down the road, and I'm not joking.
No, see, yesterday we found even a camel. If I'm not sure, in the Free State, you have camels available? You know, something.
We got a project up in Zimbabwe where literally the goods are going to get delivered on the road to the lady on the road who takes all the parcels for that street, and then she, with her help, gets it delivered. They're literally going to use wheelbarrows to deliver on that road. I mean, that's the lowest end of the scenario, but I mean, she's creating, there's an opportunity there, there's revenue being created, there's deliveries happening into the poorer areas in Zimbabwe, and things that weren't goods that weren't going there before.
Yeah.
Now we're creating that.
So if you have a drone, a camel, a bicycle, car, taxi, done. Let's open it up now. Folks, question, comments? Brother Way, Dovetail is one of the partners of ICANN. We have taken these things all over. Just quick successes in Namibia. What are you doing in Namibia? In Namibia?
Yes, in Namibia we've doing great things. The whole Namibian post office runs on our software. And you can imagine there's a big courier leg to a post office.
Did you say post office? Because our post office is in a mess here. You know, they still need 8.5 billion. So maybe some of our friends who are watching, you take them to Namibia to see what the post office is doing in Namibia through the technology.
Yes, we'd love to do that. And we are talking to the South African post office at the moment. So we're hoping to do some good things on that front down the line.
Then, because this thing's been watched all over. In Kenya, what are you doing in Kenya?
Kenya, we've got some huge projects. We run the biggest courier company on the east coast of Africa, runs entirely on our software. So that's a very exciting country for us. And it's all about individuals and delivering parcels, collecting goods, and doing e-commerce deliveries. You know, there's a huge growth on e-commerce in Kenya. And our software makes that a reality and is helping that trend and the growth, and is helping simplify everything in Kenya.
The president is going to come now. The president of the Noah Dibela on the SMME is listening to you, is right there at the back. So I know he probably will be interested in some of this. 2 questions before we get Brother Dibela and then get African Bank. It's 1, another question, 2, 3. Okay, those 3. Grootman, let's go for it, Baba. Yeah. Unfortunately, MEC needs to leave, guys. Can we put our hands together for MEC? Thank you so very much.
Before she leaves, before MEC leaves, MEC, I'm from the Free State, but I just recently moved to Gauteng. I come from Botshabelo. Yeah, and what I want to say to you before you leave is, during the apartheid era, we had that area under Qwaqwa, I think. One of the good things that they used to do is you will go to an FDC office by the factories there, present yourself, I've got a spaza shop, I need to buy stock for 5,000. 1 pager, they give you the money, or they give you what do you call this, a voucher.
Yeah.
You go to Metro and buy the stock. Same time, same day. No risk. So all of us knew that we have to pay that money, because if you don't pay it, next week you're out of business. It was cheap. I think it was up to 50,000 that you could do it. Well, 1994 came and that product died. You can't find it anymore. 1 page, same day finance. I wanted to share that with you before you leave.
Sure, but again, that CO, ma'am, on the 1718, because I want to have case studies up there. So I will make sure we do that.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Safe travels. If you need Dovetail on the way, they can drop you in the Free State, okay?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
No, Dovetail, I think you guys have got a perfect product for our township economy solutions. Perfect. The only thing I want to know is cost, because everything, you know, warehousing, transportation, it's very expensive. So I wanted to find out about costing. What are your pricing models?
The entry level, go ahead, my brother.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes, go
Please,
ahead.
before you respond. Thank you. As he speaks about the township economy, which, not sadly, proudly is a space where we play. And if one looks at the definition and the turnover of what's defined as SMMEs, there's a portion that's left out of informal traders, micro businesses, because the small itself starts at a ceiling of 10 million. Now, the micro businesses can never even tell you about what a million looks like, let alone the informal ones. So each time people talk about SMMEs, I cringe because they're talking to a wrong market. And with all due respect, Doc, I'm here because, as I told you, I know you for 100 years now. And I thought, let me go see this old man again. But the truth is that economy, whenever people come with solutions, it's left out. The pricing structures, the processes, the intelligence does not take those things into consideration. So I'm following up to say, so that when you answer, and if you haven't really gone deep, you must remember, that's one economy, frankly, that is driving this country. When you're talking about numbers, and we're talking about consumers and the market, it is exactly in that space where people play. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Dr. David.
Sure,
Can
go
I
ahead,
answer
sir.
that?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
So let me answer cost first. So I'm excited about that because we have developed a platform over many years now, which has been released and is in the market and running. And our only cost is you pay a monthly fee and you pay a fee per transaction. So we've designed it exactly so that the smallest operator, the smallest SMME, and we can define what value that is, can get up and running. There's no investment cost to use our software until that SMME is actually starting to use the software, starting to generate profits for him or herself, and then they pay a percentage, a small monthly fee per transaction. So we've designed it in a way so that there's not a big setup cost, because I agree with you, otherwise it's just going to exclude what we're trying to achieve here. And we've also designed the software that you were talking about, the smaller SMMEs, maybe the market vendors on the streets. I mean, one of our thoughts here is that our software in these markets can help deliver some of their goods into the townships and into the markets that they're serving. So whereas up till now, even smaller restaurants, as an example, in the townships, we want through our software that they can go onto an Uber Eats type of concept, but not Uber Eats, and they can have access to the townships and to the markets. So we see our software helping facilitate some of that.
Awesome. So again, the setup cost, and I think we need to give them a good hand. Free setup cost is only when you use it. Now, what percentage? I think also that what percentage? Let's say if I'm delivering $100, my first transaction, what percentage plus minus out of the $100 will I pay to Dovetail? Or in this case, to ICANN, because we'll be owning this thing. Yeah. Yes.
Sure, that's a very good question, and you should never put me on the spot like that, Dr. David. But we've done it as R3.25 per transaction. That's as simple as that. So if you want to use our software, we've kept it we've kept it completely affordable with the purpose that it's scaling huge. So our return is when we have huge volumes going through the software. That's how we're going to get a return ultimately.
And Ralph, you said rands, $3.25, no, not dollars or euros, but just we share. We're in South Africa.
I think I said euros.
Thank you so much. The last question, and then Brother Noah is going to be joining us here. The last question, going. Oh, right here. Okay. Thank you.
I'm here. Thank you so much.
Okay, after that, that's you, my brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. CEO, for such a platform. My question is simple. Just want to find out, how does one go about to start working with you guys doing deliveries, for example, clinics and hospitals?
Yes, so I think what we need to do is, if there's an interest in this room, and I'm sure there is, I've already had a quick chat this morning with someone, but just contact us. We just need to understand what is your vision, what are you wanting to achieve, and then we'll see how we can fit into your plans and try and help you make that a reality. So it does need some discussion. And then the software is a plug-in and use software. But the starting point is come and talk to us, and we'll have a nice business discussion. And we already helping some entrepreneurs, many of them, get going, giving them input as well. Of how giving them ideas, and it's amazing the entrepreneurs coming back with all their ideas and all the thoughts and the niche markets that they're wanting to go into. There's no such thing as one courier does everything. There's everyone's got a niche, everyone's got a different idea, and we've created the platform to facilitate those kind of business models. So come talk to us if you don't mind.
And my brother, good part is, Arela, please stand up, let them see you. Make sure you get in touch with the lady. Give her your contact details. Because what I like about Dovetail, it's customized. Remember yesterday, Shemanda said, you get a tender to distribute books, but you need trucks, you need things like that. Again, they can customize it. If they've got to have a big FedEx, DHL, if you have to go to Botswana, whatever, or small groups, whatever, because of the power they have, they can be able to customize something so that must be less of your worry. And then as far as obviously the model of, the pricing and things like that, they'll also be able to assist. So the good part, what he's saying, everything is customized. David Malapo and the ICANN, we want to get the books into different places. We want to get Masana. We're going to be talking about Masana in a couple of minutes. Those things, distribution, that's where Dovetail comes in. Off the record, they've already spoken to Dovetail. They want just to give the stuff and then distribute up there, but it's customized, okay? Cleaner, the last one, Baba. This young man, they run a good cleaning company there, and I think he's also maybe a good candidate. Go ahead, Baba.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity. I will just to say thanks for developing such a product. I think it's going to help us a lot. It's solving, as we're listening, it tends to solve a lot of our challenges as small players. So I just wanted to know, I've heard examples where you guys are operating in other African countries like Zimbabwe and Kenya and such. So in South Africa, do you have, are you in the township space already? And then if perhaps you are already there, can you maybe share with us the success stories, how your product has helped maybe a company like us? So what we do as a company, we manufacture cleaning products, and then we have also an outlet store that we have. But the challenge now, it will be, even if at our price, as you see, the hamper is 90 rands, but for someone to get to our outlet store, they'll have to ride, some of them have to catch a taxi, of which is 20 rands and maybe 40 rands to and from. So it's really not helping. Where else they have to pass by maybe a Spar or a ShopRite to come to us and buy. It does not make financial sense for them. So a product like this, we say that it can help us. But maybe if you have a success story that's from a township, this is the guys we have partnered with, and then this is it's just share that story. But if you don't have, can we be the prototype? Thank you.
Yes, that's great. So just a couple of things. I think I said earlier to Dr. David, we've been in business in transport and logistics and last mile delivery software for the last, I'm embarrassed to say how many years, but like 27 years.
years.
So we've got so many projects all over the place on warehousing and transport and distribution and into the townships and courier and e-commerce and. But specifically, where I'm most excited at the moment for what we're discussing today and what we're driving hard is we launched our new product in September this year, which is called Drop to Go, and that's the product that is designed to easily roll out up into Africa, and it incorporates some of our previous products that we've built over the last 15 or 20 years. So that's the product where we've literally in the last month signed up 5 new clients already, and I mean, just as an example of and I don't really want to give names, but let's use a builder's warehouse as an example. A builder's warehouse, I don't know if you've seen all the informal people working outside of builder's warehouse. So you go and buy something, and then you're trying to arrange a delivery with one of the informal drivers out there, and it's difficult. It's difficult for the drivers. It's difficult for you. So our product, as an example, helps formalize that. So that informal driver can now actually come on. Thank you. So that informal driver now can come onto our platform. Formalize his relationship maybe with a builder's warehouse, and I'm using builders. They're not, as an example. We're not doing this for builder's warehouse, but it's right in that space. So we now formalize that relationship with that driver. We formalize it maybe with builder's warehouse. We create an integration between the two. So now whenever builder's warehouse want to, let's say, do a delivery out to their end client, that driver's on their system, it automatically happens, Builder's Warehouse now has visibility of that delivery. That driver can see what's going on. You know, he can get paid easily. Everything's structured. Everyone's winning. You know, Builder's Warehouse is getting more opportunity. The driver's getting more business. We're happy because we're charging our R3.25 per transaction. But on a serious note, it's a win-win for all parties. So I haven't answered your question directly, but we have a few initiatives in the townships at the moment, and they're all different. They all got a different focus and a different scope. We don't have one like you've just described. So we'll love to talk to you and see how we can help your business.
Practically why we've signed up with them already as a distributor is because of the healthcare. As I said, the Gogos and the Bakhalabe, they can't be during these difficult times taking taxis, going to hospitals, wait for 3-4 hours. So those chronic medicine, every month they need to go in to get their pills. So that's what we'll be doing in the township. Remember, we focus on unemployed graduates, unemployed youth, and entrepreneurs in the township. Hence, we connected with them, okay? Brother, last words of encouragement to the people here and those watching online. What would you say?
Yes, my words of encouragement are you are all fantastic leaders in your industries and your businesses, and I think just keep a mindset of being positive. Be an encouraging leader to the people that you can influence. You know, be a leader that understands the people you're working with, understands their challenges. Be a leader that wants to innovate, wants to make change. And be a leader that delivers on your promises and go out there and make a difference. I think that's my few words.
As a friend, as a brother, and as a business partner, I want to say thank you so much for your commitment to this country. You guys have made a lot of money. You could live anywhere you want, but thank you for giving back. No, seriously. But may God continue to bless you, because your life right now is a legacy piece. It's not success. It's all about legacy, doing for the next generation, and for this will forever be indebted to you. So thank you so much, and looking forward to getting those $3.25 millions of them, okay? Let's give Ralph a wonderful round of applause.
And just a huge thank you to Dr. David, and for being our partner and just giving me the privilege of talking to this team. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to give you a gift. If you please can give my brother a gift. Natasha, where's Natasha? Okay, it's on the other side, okay. Come also give him a gift from African Bank. Yeah. My brother, don't look up anymore, my brother. Yeah, we're doing well with time, okay. So what is it that you gave the man there? Let's check it out. What is it, my brother?
Let's have a look.
Yes. Yeah, because I want hundreds of them. Look at that, yes.
Oh, wow, that's excellent.
That's good stuff. That's it, my brother.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Let's support black businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, Dovetail CEO, Chief Encouraging Officer. Oh, here's another one, my brother. This one is a what, my sister? It's a power bank. So when we catch him, he can't say he didn't charge. Yeah. Okay, please give it to him.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I appreciate that. Thank you. From African Bank. So move some of your money to African Bank, bro. You know. Thank you. Brasbu, you're going to be ready for African Bank after this. Then we'll come back with Masana in America, and then we're done. Brother Noah, good to see you, my brother.
Thank you so
Just
much.
stand a bit, I'm still taller than you, my brother. That's good, man. No, man. You have live audience and audience online. Share a little bit about who is Ntate Noah.
So Ntate Noah is the president of the SME Chamber of Commerce. As SME Chamber of Commerce, we're actually a member of SAUBC, and we are working together in terms of the virtual trade center that Ntate Subulelo was talking about, and the parliamentary office.
On a lighter note, will you ever get that ark, from Noah's ark? Will you ever get it, or is it somewhere in Africa, or guy? Just as
I've been asked that question primarily since primary school.
And your answer?
The SME Chamber is one of those arcs. It's not just one, it's a multiple of arcs.
That's
How do I
good
build
stuff.
it? Yeah.
But now I'm going to open this thing up. What do you guys actually do?
Fantastic. So the SME Chamber of Commerce does 3 things. We support our members through terms of access to markets, access to finance, access to support. We do it through our philosophy of ACT, which is for advocacy, collaboration, and trade. So within the advocacy space, we list at the Inter-Africa Trade Fair, we launched the SME Legislative and Parliamentary Office, looking at the legislative environment to say how does the legislation that we have in the country affect SMEs, and then how do we bring alignment between local government legislation, provincial government, and national government, because currently there's a huge misalignment. So for example, on the informal trader side, you'll find that the Business Act, which is currently the SME Act, which is under review by Parliament and is going to be open for public comment. So as a SME, look out for that. And then also sign up, go to our website, smechamber.africa, go and they just say sign up so that you can receive communication from us to participate as part of those discussions within Parliament with regard to the SME Act. So there's a misalignment. So as an informal trader, the municipality will say, no, here's a permit for you to trade, but then they do not even provide basic abolition facilities. So they need to make sure that law regulations at the municipality level, that those public abolition facilities are available for informal traders, plus also the public.
But our argument is when we work with municipalities to encourage entrepreneurs, Libona themselves, they don't even know this. So will you then be able to work with us? We bring in the municipal guys so that they understand. It's not enough just to give me a license. It is your human rights duty to also make sure, abolition blocks and things like that. Can you also work with us in some things like that?
100%. So one of the key strategies that we have developed or taken forth is to say, look, we want to make the district development model practical. So we have selected 9 districts, 1 district in every single province. Within the Free State, the MEC just left, but what we're going to be doing, we have selected Faisal Dabi, which is Sasolburg Municipal, which covers the Sasolburg area. Within Houghton, we've selected Sidibeng District Municipality, because both of them, they're parallel to one another. And then the Vaal River runs through them. So now we can look at bulk water infrastructure projects that we can be able to say, how do we sort out the water issue? Because 5 years ago, we've been warned about we're going to offer an impending water crisis in the country, but we have not necessarily taken precautions. In 1998, we were warned about the power issues. We were not prepared for it. 2008 came, load shedding hit, so we don't want to repeat the same mistake when it comes to the issues of water. So hence, we have selected those 2 district municipalities, and we are also engaging at an international level on the funding side, bringing through investment, because a chamber is quite broad in terms of its responsibility. Actually, chambers are actually, the best way to put it, we are pretty much diplomats of a country. So we can be able to engage with other business people from other countries for them to be able to come in and do business here. So that's what we do. The best way I can put it is that.
And how do you survive? Who's funding you guys so that you can help us to continue with this entrepreneurial SMME development?
Yeah, so primarily most of the funding is from contributions from our members. We are in the process of bringing on partners from the corporate side in terms of corporate partners to finance our big projects, primarily within the SME Legislative and Parliamentary Office, because that's where the real work is going to be taking place. And then we have various projects, like we did mention, in terms of the different districts that we're going to be going into. So we are always, members are the ones that are supporting us currently.
And I'm putting you on the spot, 17, 18 of March.
Yes.
We'll be talking about human rights, but we want to focus on the SMMEs.
100%.
So I want you to be there. Folks, any questions now? Kitsedi President, the bras are here. You don't have to be emailing. The man is here himself. Any question, comments at this time? Because some of you you only see these guys on television or whatever, so we brought them right here. And some of you online, please feel free to share some thoughts, and then we'll make sure we ask questions or comments. Any questions or comments? Okay. Tate Dibela, what would you say then to the people here live and virtually, during these trying times?
Look, I think the future is bright. Only if we take responsibility from an individual perspective and from a private sector perspective. The economic drivers needs to be public or private sector led. Economic activity needs to be driven from us as consumers, utilizing our consumer power to buy from companies that are actually doing and supporting SMEs. and that are doing social good within our communities. So we need to be quite deliberate in terms of our spending as consumers, and also engage in the corporates and the companies that we do support. So, and even SME growth itself is going to be us from a deliberate point of view for us to buy from SMEs. If we're not deliberate in terms of our spending power, we're not going to get anywhere. Similarly, in terms of economic growth and development, it needs to be private sector led. I think we have given our responsibility and handed over to government. We need to take that power back and be able to drive these initiatives, and it is absolutely possible. I mean, I just want to share something with your audience that we are not only looking at it from South Africa point of view in terms of international engagements, in terms of long-term planning also. I mean, 3 years from now, the AGOA, Africa Growth Opportunity Act from the United States is coming to an end. Discussions have started happening within the United States about what this new legislation that's going to replace AGOA is going to look like. We are not part of those conversations. So now on, I think it was last week Tuesday, there was a Ways and Means Subcommittee of the U.S. House of Representatives having these discussions. And the interesting thing that came out of it is Rosa Whittaker, one of the big champions of African development. She was made a proposal that they want to unlock the 47 trillion US bond market for them to invest into the African economy tax-free. Now, if that's the case, how are we positioning to ensure that SMEs are also able to benefit from that? How are we positioning ourselves that all that infrastructure and all that capital that comes in for development does not land up again in the traditional asset class within the stock market, because it's not trickling down. So we need to be intentional, we need to be deliberate about SME development. We need to be looking at things to say what is happening globally, what is happening continentally, what is happening locally, and so forth, up to the man on the street, the informal traders, and that's what we do from a chamber perspective. Just earlier, I was sitting at the back, we're engaging with the Egyptian traders because we signed MOUs at the Inter-Africa Trade Fair with various African organizations that facilitates trade. One of the initiatives we're working on is exporting 100 tons of beef to Egypt. And now we say, how then do we get the small farmer into that particular value chain? On Tuesday, we're going to be engaging a young lady with 500 tons of soya for offtake to supply China. Where are the farmers that we need to be able to organize? How do we integrate the small-scale farmer into that particular value chain, into that particular contract? So those are the practical things that we're actually doing to make sure that there is delivery and there is development of SMEs. Because if we do not get SMEs into the value chain, we're wasting time.
Correct.
Everyone needs to be part of the economy. That's what inclusive economic development is all about. So we need to be practical about it, not about talk. We don't mind as SME Chamber of Commerce being in the background, sitting in the back, actually grinding, doing the work. Now, actually, we need to now, the team was like, President, you need to go out there, hence we're here, you need to be out in public talking about the work that we're doing, because, we need to really get more SMEs involved in the work that we do, and even get partners involved in the work we do.
And that's why we're here, because 17, 18, we're going to do practical stuff, not theories, whatever. And thanks so much, because the problem with SMEs, the big corporates, corruption in government. So our guys are stuck, they can't grow. Yeah. So we believe now that, while we honor all the guys, we just need to create our own path. And with your help and assistance, we are saying thank you so much. I hope you're not in a rush, because during lunchtime, people want to network with you. Is that okay?
No, yeah, I should be here for another hour.
No, lovely. No, we'll be done in an hour's time.
Fantastic.
We've got 2 or 3 things to do, and then we're done. Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my brother Noah Dibela, the president of the SMMEs. Thank you, my brother. Thanks so much. Hold on, Natasha. I'm doing the African Bank thing. I'm clearly invoice afterwards, every voice. Let's give him that gift also. Yeah, there you go. Courtesy of African Bank. Please make sure that when you do these big business deals, African Bank is involved. Sbu, come and do African Bank. I do Masana in the US, and then we are done. Arashapileng Sbu Matsoho.
Oh, no, thank you so much. Please, let's give Dr. Dave a warm round of applause. Come on, we can do much, much better than that. Okay, great. As I go down, I'm just going to request Mr. Ashley and my good brother to come and join me here as we're going to come and speak about money. Today, we are speaking about money. Dr. Dave has set the note that yesterday we spoke about wellness, but today we are speaking about moolah. Everyone say moolah. That's exactly what we're talking about. Yes, sir. Please join me, have a seat. Mr. Ashley, everywhere you go, you always have your hat with you. And that's encouraging because it's about branding. No, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, Gazi. Not wasting time, just to go straight to the point. We've spent almost 3 hours, and to me it sounded like 5 minutes because of so much we had to learn, so much we had to write. People were taking notes, people were taking pictures. By the way, everyone who's been taking a picture, writing notes, in any platform, social media, please do tag hashtag ICAN4IR. Just do hashtag ICAN4IR so we raise awareness, so that not to be the only ones eating today. So everyone to join us in this platform. So, Mr. Ashley, from your personal experience in the business sector, primarily on the subject of money, just talk to me about the importance of financial literacy.
Good afternoon, everybody, and those are in the sky, and those of you that are on the ground. Good afternoon to you, and in absentia, the MEC. It was really encouraging listening to all of you today, and I think, you know, I've been in banking now for 40 years, and if I look at some of the questions that were posed, it is actually very sad that after 26 years, I was at the first President's Conference on Small Businesses in Durban. And the question that was raised was exactly the question you raised, my brother. Access to finance. Why is it such a challenge? So I will hone on that on a personal capacity later on. But to answer your question, I think financial literacy is needed in all sectors. Your home, small businesses, corporates, but all at different levels and obviously different intensities. And I think if I may say, from an African bank perspective, we offer a very good financial literacy program for your company workers, for you yourselves, and which ties up with our product offering and also which ties up with our vision, and that is for the people, by the people, serving the people. So if you think you have a need in your corporate, your companies, and the SMMEs, for us to engage with you, it's absolutely free of charge. We would come out there. We actually have an external sales unit launched now, and it makes it, you know, gives us a good impetus to then do what we really want to do, and that is to get everyone thinking savings. Even though we are branded in the South African community as the Loans Bank, which we are no longer, and you'll hear just now as to why we're no longer that Loans Bank branding. So financial literacy, top of your mind, important, budgeting, planning. I mean, it's so important, even at your level as an accountant, level as a person that's just working as a blue-collar worker, even a person in the street. There is some level of financial literacy involvement there.
100%.
Thank you.
100%. No, thank you. I'm actually fascinated because yesterday we were here and actually viewed a video from African Bank which stated two things primarily that became the essence, the foundation of African Bank, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, a prayer and a 70 rand.
Absolutely correct.
100%, yes.
Yes, absolutely correct. So I'm going to tell you the story. And if this story doesn't touch your heart as a son of the soil, like it did me, and that's why I left a corporate, if I may use the color green, I was in that green bank. I left them to join African Bank because of this story. So I'm going to ask that we engage in the video that you spoke about, okay, and thereafter I'll continue with the story.
100%.
Okay. We discussed the difficulty of obtaining funds from the existing white banks at the time. And some of us who had experience outside our own country had to share our experience outside South Africa. We had to tell the story that the black people in America have indeed formed their own banks because of the same difficulty of accessing funds from white banks in the United States. The question was then asked, but why don't we form our own bank in South Africa if that is the experience of black people internationally? And then, as if, you know, we were really just playing a small game, some guys stood up and said, but when we leave from here, we are going to lose this idea of starting our own bank. Why don't we look into our pockets and take out any money that is in the pocket and put it on the table? So
There and then.
There and then.
Yeah.
70 rand was raised and put on the table out of our pockets.
Okay. Does that story catch you? And a couple of things that resonate with me, and thank you, Sibu. Thank you. For the opportunity. So you heard the story, 70 Rand and a prayer. But what was the driving factor was what the MEC said this morning, Dr. Dan. What are you doing about it? The concept was there with the NAFCOC meeting, and some of the NAFCOC members are here. The NAFCOC meeting came and they said, what are you doing about it? Unless we put down and unless we engage. I, on 2 occasions, left the corporates to join organizations. The first one was an NGO whose vision was to actually do things differently in terms of banking. We looked at alternative ways of assisting the SMME businesses. And that's why I landed in Johannesburg, because our vision at that time with this particular NGO was to then to work on alternative finance methods, not necessarily looking at security, not even looking at affordability. We were looking at the business plan of that particular business and also taking into consideration the potential that individual had. So, you know, we put our reliance in, and it grew. For the 4 years that we were in business, we lent out around about 26 million rand. Unsecured. And our return rate was around about 80-odd%, which was not bad. Unfortunately, you know, you heard about the Alan Busak story. Funding had to then be channeled, and then the government was under pressure. They put the banks under pressure, and that's when Kula was formed. And in Sika, I'm sure most of you know that, it was the arm of the DTI. But now when we look at everything in retrospect, it almost looks like these organizations that are assisting the government arm are still encroaching on the same rules and regulations that the formal banks are doing. Now, why? So, pity the MEC is left, but Dr. Molapo, you can probably take this to her. The government needs to put pressure a lot more on the banks now to engage. And as our markets are growing, and despite COVID, I mean, African Bank did exceptionally well. I mean, last year, COVID started. Last year, we posted a loss of 27 million. A week ago, we posted a profit of 534 million. Under our new brand, under our new leadership, Kennedy Ungani made a statement, and those of you that can go onto your phones, you'll see on the News 24, exciting news about, and this is what he had to say in terms of where the bank is going now. So we are returning African Bank to its own roots to ensure that it can be that bank for entrepreneurs and for SMMEs. Got it? We're starting. So African Bank, we've got 400 branches all over the country, just wrapping up now on the story. 400 branches all over the country. We've diversified in terms of our product mix. We just don't have loans anymore. We do unsecured lending. That's our core business. Last month, we gave out 1 billion rand worth in loans. And our credit policy is stringent. Our credit risk scoring is exceptionally great. Our return on our lending is fantastic. We got a wonderful BE score of 4. So the bank is growing. And how we've engaged in the South African community is now to diversify our products. As I said, we're moving into the business sector. Most of our accounts at this point in time, be it investments, be it transactional, is all for the individuals, man in the street.
Yeah.
We would like to engage with you, business owners, so that we can offer some of the products that my colleague is going to talk about just now. But that is the great African Bank story. And for those of you that are involved in community work, we have a CSI division that's very driven by education. So if you want to take the CSI address, email address down, it's community@africanbank.co.za.
100%.
Community@africanbank.co.za.
That's a very good start. Please, let's give him a warm round of applause for that. My brother, it's quite interesting because from just $70 and now coming to loan people about the billion and so forth. So there's an element of investment. So just 2 questions in one, quite quickly. The importance of investment and how can people start now? We have people here with great companies and individuals, people also in the sky, as Mr. Ashley said. So how the importance of investment and how can people start investing from now?
Okay, thank you, Sbu, and thank you everyone for being here, and also Dr. David Malapu as well. So the importance of investment cannot be stressed more, and I think especially with what we've heard today from everyone, all the SMMEs and the challenges that they're having in terms of funding. Now, one thing we must all remember is that most people in this room come from previously disadvantaged backgrounds.
Yeah.
So your parents or your grandparents, they didn't have money to put away for you to have extra funds so that you could start that business or so that you could donate to whichever charitable organization you'd want to donate to. So you now must ask yourself, how much longer are we going to sit with this same problem? Are we going to allow this problem to carry on for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years? I don't believe so. I think that we need to make a decision now to say that at least maybe not in our lifetime or right now, that we might not have the investment so that we could have your children go off and start their own businesses at a very young age. But there is something that we can do right now to make sure that the future is a much better and much brighter for the people that are going to come up behind us. You know, the importance of investing, if more people had money set aside, they would have more opportunity to have their business funded for whatever that they need. And you know, most people, when they ask me about investments, and I ask them, okay, what is your what are you doing the investment for? What's the purpose behind it? It usually comes down to, you know, buying a car or taking a holiday or whatever. Yeah. But one of the answers I rarely get is financial freedom.
Sure.
And financial freedom is what allows us to actually empower ourselves so that we can continue to grow. So this is why investing is important. And I mean, you know, Einstein said it. He said the 8th wonder of the world is compound interest. And he who understands it, earns it. He who doesn't, pays it. That's so true. We have to then start understanding that investing is important not only for our situations right now, but for the future to change, we have to start immediately. And fortunately, African Bank is here now. You know, we're offering the best investment rates in the market at the moment.
Sure.
For as little as 500 rands. So we're not only giving these great rates for people that are high earners, but also because we understand that most people in South Africa, due to the economic circumstances and the COVID-19 pandemic, they don't have that much to invest. Yeah. So we said, no, let's rather look at it from a situation where we can offer great value to everybody in South Africa. So anyone can take advantage of the great investment products that we do have here.
That's very important. By the way, I just remembered, on every table there are pamphlets, African Bank pamphlets. Please make sure that you write your name, your surname. What else? Is it also requested?
So if you can just put your name, your phone number, and just sign it as well so that we can have consent to market to you. And you know, we will also be running a competition as well. So 2 people will have you know, a prize that we'll be giving out as African Bank.
So you mean by the end of this event, someone is going to win?
Yeah, there is a winner today.
Oh. Fantastic. So please do write it down. Some people are going to come to collect so that they can put in the box. And before the end of the day, we'll be wrapping up with those gifts. So as we close, how can people online get access to your services? Because people here, during lunch and so forth, they'll be coming to your table outside. But how can those online reach out to you?
So it's very simple. You can go on to our website and actually register yourself online. You can open up an account online as well, but we've also got a phone number that you can give us a call on, which is 0860-494940. And you can also send a toll-free SMS to 30963. We also are going to be here afterwards, so after lunch you can always just come and speak to one of us. Maybe my face is not that nice, but we do have a wonderful lady Belinda and Natasha as well, so maybe if you don't want to talk to the guys, it's okay. We've also got ladies here to help you out as well with that.
No, fantastic. I do agree. Yeah. I totally agree.
The truth is the truth, my brother. The truth is the truth.
I can never compare. It's injustice to compare. As we close, Mr. Ashley, just words of encouragement for those in the sky, as you imply, and those who are here, what to do in these troubled times as we close.
Okay.
Sure.
There's so much said about these troubled times and whether the whole world has been affected by it. And like Doctor said, the chairperson, is it the CEO of the medical yesterday, she said, somehow, somewhere, always they try to dump negative into Africa. Now, if you look at the word Africa, where's the African Bank? ICANN is deeply embedded in that.
True.
Thank you, Dr. Malapo. Without even knowing it, we had a relationship, and this is why we are here today. So ICANN, the I, you leave out A-F-R, ICANN. We can all do it. The fact that you are here this afternoon, alive and breathing, you have conquered the pandemic. I was a victim of COVID. Thank God I had the jab before that, and I took the second one. My wife was very bad, but she's recovered. And when we recovered, we realized the value of life.
Yeah.
And I want to say thank you to God for giving us that life back, but also a second time to really refocus. So my message to you, and as you asked, refocus in all aspects of your life. The financial situation, your family life, value everything, your business life. Put some value to it, and then always step back. I've got a personal rule in my home. I always say, do not let the sun go down on your wrath and your anger. Whatever it is for that day, reflect. They'll deal with it, sort it out, and see the next day through. I wish you all the best, even as you engage with our consultants there. You could never do better than investing with African Bank at 11%. Thank you, ICANN. Thank you, partners, and thank you, school.
Let's give it up for African Bank. Refocus with African Bank. Thank you so much. Another warm round of applause for Mr. Ashley and the team. Thank you so much. This has truly been a fantastic experience, and we'd like to give gratitude once again to Dr. David. And as we welcome him back on stage, because there's quite more to receive, let's give him a warm round of applause. Dr. David Mulapo.
Smooth, thank you so much. You're going to still come and close for us. Ausmandla can come and join us. Guys, we're about to finish. We're just waiting for the call from the United States. Then we wrap up for today. The call's already there from the US, okay? My sister Okadulamo. Dr. Michelle Taylor, how you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you, Dr. Malapo?
We are blessed and kicking here in South Africa.
Oh, thank you. I'm blessed to be here. Hello, everyone.
They say hello there. Is Miss Bev with you there or not?
I believe so. I can see her.
Yeah, okay. Miss Bev, how you doing?
I'm great, Dr. Malapo. How are things going in South Africa?
Well, we are Omicron free. You know, we told you we've got Omicron. You guys, you hit us now. You shut down everything now.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
The people are laughing here. Thank you so much, folks. We're not going to take a lot of your time. Thanks so much. It's what time is it there in Memphis?
5:56 a.m. in the morning.
May the Lord bless you and give you strength to you and Dr. Taylor. Miss Bev, most of you do not know, she's our friend. She's the first black CEO of the Memphis Chamber of Commerce. Let's give her a wonderful round of applause. First. She was also involved with the Martin Luther King Museum. She's a sister, a mother. Just when I go to Memphis, I don't stay in a hotel, we stay with her. But she's serious about empowerment. So, Madam Bev, they have seen you last year, but please introduce our esteemed speaker, and then we'll shoot straight with Dr. Taylor. Go ahead, ma'am.
Well, good morning, all. It is a special pleasure for me to be here once again with you. And I'm here with a very special leader who brings us great encouragement in very perilous times. Dr. Michelle Taylor is truly an iconic person who is leading our Shelby County division as Division Director for Health Services. And in this particular role, Dr. Taylor leads the team that plans, organizes, and maintains public health programs. And you know we are all in the middle of a major public health crisis, one that we've never seen before in the entire world. So she keeps us safe through all of that. And to that end, she leads the operations of the department, which is responsible for delivering of all of the public health services and enforcement of applicable codes, ordinances of Shelby County. Now, she has under her watch and governance a budget of $106 million comprised of 7 bureaus and 701 employees in the Shelby County Health Services area. That includes, she works with populations health, epidemiology, environmental health, maternal and child health, and more, even more departments than that. And to me, that's a lot of heavy responsibility for one beautiful young lady to be able to manage. She is also a military person as well. She's Lieutenant Colonel and residency trained flight surgeon in the Tennessee Air National Guard. And before coming back to Memphis, Dr. Taylor served on active duty for operational support and statutory tours as the credentialing and privileging branch chief and division chief for aerospace medicine in the office of the Air National Guard Surgeon General from 2019 to 2021. She's a big such a much now. You talking to somebody this morning, and we're proud of her. She has her undergraduate degree from Howard University, medical degree from East Tennessee State University, completed her pediatric residency in East Tennessee, and she went to the University of Tennessee Health Science Center from 2002 to 2005 and earned her master's degree in epidemiology from the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in 2009. Now, that's not all. She also went to Johns Hopkins University, and in 2018, Dr. Taylor completed her master's degree in public administration at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government as a Commonwealth Fund Morgan Fellow in Minority Health Policy. She still has time to be the woman in her children's life, the mother, and she has 2 children, Malik 15 and Ella 7. Now you wonder how someone with all these credentials could do all of this. It's because she is led. She understands that she has to be spiritually anchored. And I am really happy and honored to be able to introduce our lead director in public health here in Memphis, Tennessee, Dr. Michelle Taylor. Dr. Taylor.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Madam,
my goodness, is that really me?
That is you.
Dr. Taylor, thank you so much, ma'am. And we only have 5 questions, 2 of them relating to health, 3 of them relating to leadership. And what we would like, first of all, to say thanks so much for your time. And I was able to check that as a black woman, it was difficult, even with all the credentials that you have, to even occupy this space. So question number 1, how do you survive in this male-dominated society?
Oh, wow. Well, you know what? I actually have to credit my parents for that. I will start by saying that my mom is a retired two-star general. But the story begins before that. My dad talks about how when he was growing up here in Memphis, both my parents were born and raised here. He always thought it was wrong that his mom was such a smart woman, but once she got married, she wasn't able to pursue a career. She pursued a career in the home. She raised her family with her husband. And so he said when he got married and saw that my mom had aspirations to be in the military, he supported that. And so I grew up watching a couple, a husband and a father, who was very supportive of his wife's, my mother's career. And because of that, I knew that I could go and do and be anything that I wanted to be. And that even though there would be obstacles put in my way because of my gender, it wasn't supposed to stop what I aspired to be. And so the best way I can say that I survive it is that I do a lot of asking for forgiveness instead of permission when I know it's the right thing to do. And then I also realize that even when I get frustrated by things that happen, that if I wasn't getting frustrated sometimes, it means I'm not doing it right. So that's just a little slice of how I deal with the day-to-day politics of navigating this position in this role, and frankly, how I've navigated my entire career.
Does it help being a military person? When they're full of nonsense, you can use your military stuff, or you don't use your military techniques?
Absolutely. My deputy director told me the other day when we were dealing with a few issues, and as you can imagine, we deal with a number of issues every day, but this one was pretty big. And he said, you know, I really appreciate your military bearing. So he is actually a former Marine. And so he understands that in the military, what you learn, one of the first things you learn is that even if there is chaos around you, you maintain your military bearing, you maintain your calm. And so, and a lot of times, if you have an adversary or somebody who doesn't agree with you, the calmer you get, the more frustrated they get. And so it keeps me grounded, and it helps me deal with what I know Beverly knows is a day-to-day struggle to make sure that we are protecting the health of the residents of Shelby County. We have a lot of pressures against us, but we also have a lot of people working for us and rowing in the same direction. And those are the people that I like to focus on.
Thank you, ma'am. Question number 2. It is true that in the United States, you're still struggling with the Delta variant. You know, forget the Omicron. A lot of people are still dying on the Delta variant. Please leave South Africa out for a bit. Let's talk about the Delta variant. As a leader in that hospital with that county, what lessons have you learned? Because truth be told, the Lord gave you a tough assignment. I mean, they put you right in the middle of all of this mess. So what lessons have you learned as a medical doctor and as a leader in the midst of the pandemic?
Oh, wow. Great question. So the biggest lesson that I've learned is that people will be people. I learned that over the years. My dad used to say it all the time, but I've learned the true meaning of that this time. And I've also learned that not everybody is going to agree with the methods that you have, and they have the right to disagree. But what they don't have the right to do is affect the health of other people just because they want to exercise their own right to become ill. So, for example, I'm sure that you all have heard that we have a lot of people here in the US who have been fed a great deal of misinformation, and they believe that misinformation. And so, for example, in Shelby County, we have struggled to get to a 50% vaccination rate in our county as a percentage of our total population. Now, we are nearing that. We may actually be over the line as of today because kids 5 to 11 have finally been approved for vaccine. But before that, the reason why we were struggling was because of an intense misinformation campaign. And so in an era where public health has had to realize that, guess what? You are political. I tell people all the time, when I was training at Hopkins, we used to hear in class all the time, public health is not political. Public health is not political. Just do the right thing, present the data, people will believe you, and you'll be able to do your job. Well, COVID-19 and the Delta variant in particular has turned that on its head. Because what happened was, and you all know this, we went through the first and second surge, and we went through those without a vaccine. Once the vaccine came on board, everybody was like, great, we're going to be fine. Everybody's going to get vaccinated. We're going to go on to our normal lives. And we found out really quickly that that was not the case. And that a lot of that had to do with the politics around the illness and the politics around the vaccine. And so public health practitioners have had to pivot and really try to figure out how to get people back on the right track and on the side of science and data. So Beverly can tell you that when I get up every week to talk to the people of Shelby County, the first thing I say is that I'm going to show you some slides and that we are always going to use a data-driven approach at the Shelby County Health Department. We believe in that. If we continue to do that, then we know that we will continue to convince people to get off the fence who have not been vaccinated yet. And the numbers don't lie. In Tennessee, out of all of the urban counties, and there are 6 of them, 6 out of 95, we have maintained until recently the lowest case rates because of the mitigation efforts that we've put in place here, in spite of having the lowest vaccination rates. And that's directly, we believe, related to the fact that we were the only county in the state that put mask mandates in place in indoor public spaces and in our schools when we were going through the 4th wave, which was caused by Delta variant. So it's just examples like that that let me know and let Shelby County Health Department know that we continue to do the right thing if we continue to follow the science and the data.
Thank you, ma'am. Question number 3. Remember, you're not only just talking to people in South Africa, we've got people from the continent. Question number 3, how do you lead in difficult times? Giving us practical example, how do you, as Dr. Michelle Taylor, lead in these difficult times? Give us some nuggets.
Oh, wow. So the first is lots of prayer. So I don't know the faith tradition of a lot of people on the call, but I will tell you that for me, I'm a Christian, and lots of prayer and meditation is very important in these times. There are a lot of people who are afraid. There are a lot of people who, you know, they believe what you say, but at the same time, there's a lot of uncertainty. And unfortunately, there's been a lot of death. So prayer is very important. That's the first thing. The second thing is something that I said earlier. Remembering that if, as a leader, you're not getting frustrated sometimes, then it means that you're not doing it right. It's not always going to be easy. And there are going to be a lot of people, seen and unseen, that don't necessarily want to see you be successful, or they feel like success should look a different way. So an example of that for me has been Shelby County is what we call a blue county in a red state. We tend to lean more liberal because of our population and because we are a majority African American population in this corner of the state of Tennessee. But a lot of Tennessee is very conservative, and they do not believe that we should be able to issue some of the requirements that we've issued because of COVID-19. And so, as you can imagine, there's a lot of frustration that goes along with that. But the other thing is, like I said, the third thing is leading with the data and being completely transparent about the data. So it's easy to lead, it's easier to lead when you are transparent with the people that you are trying to lead. People don't like uncertainty, but they can deal with uncertainty more if you're honest about what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it, and you're giving them clear benchmarks that you're trying to reach and clear benchmarks for where you don't want to be. And so those would be the three things that I would say has kept me going as a leader. I've only been in this role for 4 months, but I've gotten so much support and so much love, frankly, from the folks of Shelby County, even the ones who don't agree with me, because they at least respect the fact that I've tried to be transparent as a leader every step of the way.
Question number 4. You're a highly educated woman from Howard to Harvard to all these places. How do you maintain balance being a mom, now being a leader of this major operation, being a woman of God? How do you balance these things? That's question number 4 before we close.
Absolutely. So I'm still learning to balance. I'm going to be transparent with you all. But I have a fantastic village around me. So because I've moved back to my hometown, my mother, and I call him my bonus dad because we don't like step in our family. So my mother and my bonus dad are true champions for everything that I do. My dad and my bonus mom, who do not live here, also, they were my support in DC. But I have so many people around me, family and friends, who remind me that the balance is important. Now, I do believe that they've given me this first 4 months to get it together because it has been crazy and we just came out of a fourth surge. But I also have a lot of people around me who are making sure that I'm trying to take care of myself and making sure that the kids and I are taken care of. I have wonderful children, very, very wonderful children. And I know that everything that I do is for them. And so I have constant reminders with them around me to make sure that I'm stopping, that I'm listening, and that I'm really being a part of their lives, even in this busy time. And it's working. But as you can see, I even have reminders of them over my shoulder. I do that on purpose because whenever I'm on the screen, I get to look at them too during the day. And I have a direct line to their schools and everything else. So even being on screen at 6 a.m., my mom showed up at my door at 5 a.m. to make sure that she was there to help them get ready for school so that I could be here with you all. So it's that kind of thing when you have people in your life who can remind you that the balance is important, who can remind you that if you're gone tomorrow, somebody else is going to be in this seat, so you better make it count, then it's easier to maintain that balance.
The last question, ma'am. What would you say to two kinds of people, the healthcare workers in South Africa and Africa, and also to the particularly small, medium enterprises who have been affected also? So let's start with the healthcare workers and also with the small, medium enterprises. What words would you say to them, ma'am? Go ahead.
So for the healthcare workers, I would say the biggest thank you. Thank you so much for literally holding up the world on your shoulders. We are in unprecedented times. None of us, very few of us have seen this in our lifetimes. Unless you are 100 or older, you have not seen something like this. And healthcare workers have been at the front line of making sure that as many people, as many lives can be saved, have been saved. So I would say thank you to you. I know that you're tired. I know that this has been a 20-month, 21-month marathon for you and that you're ready to take a break. And we are praying that Omicron doesn't take us into that next surge. But even if it does, I know you're ready for the battle. But please, please, please try to get some rest. Try to take care of yourself because you have done a fabulous job in protecting the world.
And to the small, medium business people who have been affected also?
Thank you to you, because I understand, and I talked a little bit about some of the folks who haven't always agreed with what we have done at Shelby County Health Department. I understand that those small and medium businesses are your livelihood. That's how you feed your families. That's why you get up in the morning. And I understand that COVID-19 and some of the mitigation efforts that we've had to put in place has affected your livelihood. And I think a lot of it is just understanding that and then working with you to not only keep your businesses alive, but also keep the people safe who are coming to your businesses so that you will have a business for generations to come.
Dr. Michelle Taylor, on behalf of ICANN 4IR and our partners, not only in South Africa, but in the continent, we want to say, first of all, we thank the Lord for you. You're a gift to humanity. And also mom and dad there, behind the scenes, tell them it's part of their mission work. You're busy helping your fellow brothers and sisters in Africa. And to Sister Bev,
Thank you.
And to Sister Bev, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Michelle Taylor, we're going to see her very soon in South Africa. Let's put our hands together.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, ma'am. And God willing, we were planning to bring you here, but we will work it out after this Omicron, then you can be able to fly. Ms. Bev, thank you so much for this connection, and God bless you too, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Have a great, successful summit, Dr. Malafo. I'm always pleased to be with you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and love to my brother. They give the GQ a hug for me, okay?
I will. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. Let's give him again another round of applause. Thank you. Our last discussion, Mama. Fortunately, a lot of people here, they know about this, but I'm talking to people, particularly online. They want to know if they want to invest, are there investment opportunities at Masana?
Okay, so currently we're looking at the whole value chain. We are strong in production. So the investment opportunities lies where we need to partner with distributors who've got different access to different networks. So we are open to discuss around that area, and people that are also doing networking. So the marketing bit and the distribution and logistics bit, that's what we're not strong at. So we're open to discuss with people along those lines, yes.
Papa, do you mind showing there because they need to see the products? Yesterday, some of them were not there.
Okay.
So the first one, immediately right now, the one that's available, it's Nutro Boost.
This is called Nutro Boost. So this is an immune boosting meal, contains more than 20 essential vitamins and minerals that are easily available for the body to use to improve your health, especially now during COVID and all these things. We all need to boost our immune system. So what better way to boost your immunity with a product that the whole family can benefit on and not expensive at all. I mean, it's retailing at 50 Rand today here for 1 kg. So this is value for money, and this is something that you can eat with your family to improve your health immediately. And then the second one, we have Nutrovit. Nutrovit, these are special baby. These are concentrated vitamins for children that are failing to thrive, malnourished children, children that do not have appetite, fussy eaters. They only eat one item of food at home. You just snip and pour. It's actually 30 inside this pack, 30 sachets. You just snip and pour into whatever they're eating. 95% efficacy rate. Within 3 days of consumption of this thing, the child gets their appetite back and they're able to grow optimally. So these are products that I believe all African households really should have, one or the other, because we really need to start embracing our own things. It's proudly African products.
But you forgot to tell us the price for that one.
The price for this one is retailing for 100 Rand. So it's a 30-day supply, 1 gram a day that your child needs, and only for 100 Rand. also value for money when you compare with the tablet formats of vitamins that are out there. And with a 95% efficacy rate, it's something that you would like to try for your children at home.
Awesome. Any final words to the people online and for the people here?
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mulapo, for this opportunity. And we are ready to serve. I mean, our vision is we'd like to serve our people with good quality products and training services. So anyone who's open to do business with a proudly African company that is based on quality products, especially food products that we all need at this moment, we are open for discussion. So thank you so much.
Let's give Ms. Mandla from Masana a wonderful round of applause. And again, please, let's go back there. Baba, Rick Walk, please stand up. Let them see you at the end of the session. Unfortunately, some of you will give you the website, Rick Walk, for all your clothing and your bags and things like that. They're outside. Cleaver is already there for cleaning. Please, let's see them outside. And Brajabs ngicela nize ngapha uJabu nabafana ngicela nize ngapha 2 minutes and sibuzo ivala mntana baba ne. They have just gotten there. Okay, the food is ready. Yeah, eating tete namajit and the food is ready there. Yeah, bangahlala masiya just 1 minute each, that's fine. And bashele nizandla bafowethu. You know, people give us credit. Hey, Dr. Mulapo, I can, whatever. But people don't know the behind the scenes. So I want to publicly acknowledge you. If you know anything about me, where I am at this time in my life, I don't need the credit. God has been good to me. But Bafana, I want to say thank you so much. And then Jabu, thank you so much. By the way, he used to be my student. I used to teach him, and I used to be the choir conductor. People don't believe that. But they don't know I'm going to release an album, you know, during this Omicron time. Baba, what do you do? Just one thing, and then how do people get a hold of you, Stetil? What do you do, Baba? First of all, your name, full name.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Jabu Mahlangu from Maximum Development Institute. We are a training and development company. We are based in Benoni. We working with more than 7 seaters. So one of the seaters that we are working with is Tita, and next year, our plan is to roll out a program to train companies that are export ready. There is an important export program that we are planning to roll out in conjunction with the ICANN Foundation. It's going to start rolling out sometimes in February 2022. Our plan is to train 1,000 export ready companies, so including your 4IR and export, because the trend is our local companies are trading locally. So through this program, we just want to shift that mindset to say you can trade, from the SADC region, Africa, North. So we are starting next year.
And then how long is a program, plus minus? Because I know people are interested. How long is a program?
Yeah, the program is a 10-day program. So that is including your submission of POEs, but that one, we call it an export orientation course. That is for 10 days. So there is an advanced course that takes about 3 months. So, but we're going to start with your...
the 10 days one,
yeah,
and it's fully funded, is that right?
Yes, we will be working with SITAs and also other, funders who will come on board, because it's a big project, 1,000.
But people are watching there. They say, is it only in Gauteng, or the 1,000 you can have? Maybe 100 per province, or is it limited to Joburg?
No, it's not limited to Joburg. In fact, this is not our first project. We've rolled out a project in conjunction with SIDA,
yes,
Small Enterprise Development Agency, and it was national, all provinces. So same program, we're going to roll it out to all provinces.
I know with the MEC for Free State is done, MEC Gauteng it's done.
Yes.
So we now need to work on the other seven provinces.
That's correct.
How can people get a hold of you, Jabs?
www.mdigroup.co.za, And my mobile is 082 4080 493. Alternatively, 060 832 6935.
And in all of our platforms, we will advertise it in advance so that the first bite will be the people who are here and those also watching online. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bafana, talk to me, my brother.
Sanbonan.
Yeah, Baba.
I'm Bafana Shabangu from a company called Digimate. We specialize in corporate identity, from a website to branding and some other things. We also assist small businesses to find themselves. We've got a program that we're busy with in partnership with Dr. Mulapo, called Transformation 2026. We are starting next year, January. The aim is to target 10 businesses from each township, which we have plus minus 554 townships in South Africa. Let's times the number by 5. Let's just say 15,000 in 5 years. And then each business, once they are under the mentorship program, they produce or they create 3 job opportunities. Then we times that by 3, which is 15,000 jobs that have been created in a single year. So the whole game plan is to say, instead of I'm having South Africans who are depending and complaining, let us mentor them. Let us come up with a real life changing program. So that's what we'll be focusing on from next year. We've started working with Babchabo and David. 28 January, she said, David on. February, she said, Tema, but we'll update everyone with the developments.
And
Our
how do people get, okay, go ahead.
Our website is www.digimates, just put S at the end, digimates.co.za. My number is 084 080 5819, 084 080 5819.
But you rewind.
084
Yeah.
080 5819.
Okay. Bafana, thank you so very much again. I appreciate you guys again, the passion of dealing with unemployment. Again, in this room, there are doctors. Let me say thank you to Capitec. There are doctors who are just sitting doing nothing. There are business people sitting doing nothing. Let us do our part. And again, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a kind group, men and women. Let's use this time to network. Those online, remember tomorrow, 9:40 sharp, we start. We have the CEO of SAMA, Ubabu Vusmusi. We've got some wonderful people now. We're going to be talking about Africa. We're going to talk about trade. There'll be extra people coming in. So please, let's be involved and let's network. Again, Smoo, thank you so much. An awesome day. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, as we close, just have 2 announcements before we let Dr. Dida to come and bless us with motivation. We have Dr. David's books just outside. We have a stand, quite a number of them. In respect of time, I won't be able to go through all of them, but it's all this bunch and more. So this in particular is a USB. We are now in the 4th Industrial Revolution. And there is one book Dr. David spoke about, which he didn't get the time to announce, which is about the 4th Industrial Revolution. So here we have about 12 books, am I correct, Doc? And 4 DVDs. So it's quite a pack in one. You need to get this one. We have our mentor's mentor. That's a very good language to speak on. Dr. John C. Maxwell speaking about leadership. And we have 2 impactful messages from Dr. David Molap about fathering. We also have the responsible engagement fatherhood. ICAN4IR is very big in reuniting, empowering, and also facilitating leadership in fatherhood. You need to get this one. And there's this gentleman called Cebu, also has written a book entitled The Genesis for Possibility, is also available outside. And the most powerful book, 360-Degree Leader. Dr. Dan has actually 5 days of training on this, how to lead up, down, and sideways. Also in relationship, it also affects. We have Dr. Dave's most recent book, Take Charge in Times of Challenges. This is the most powerful. And going through what we're going through, you need something to ignite you on a daily basis. Please get yourself a copy. And championship in fathering. Fathering is one of the most important commodities in life. I was raised in a family that was disfigured, but I got to have fathers outside my own blood relation. And one of them, trust me before God, has been Dr. David Molapo. So you need to understand and know how to be a champion father. I can counsel. This needs to be ordained as one of the most important skill individuals need to have. How to counsel in all aspects. The power of self-influence. The most important mechanism is yourself. More than anything else, you work on you, everything else will grow. So get the book, it's also out there. And choose to change. Change is inevitable. Either you initiate it or you get hit by it. There's no other way around. Get the book to know how to initiate for much better positive income. Dads for adolescent. I'm very happy that I have a 4-year-old daughter, but this I need to read now. With my section 12, yeah, thank you. And Dr. Abner Mariri has written a book, a must-read for all who have been or are experiencing any sort of addiction, any sort of addiction. It doesn't necessarily need to be drugs, but any sort of addiction that you need empowerment on, you need to get this book. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up, no, thank you. Just receive the word good. The motivation will be our last pack for tomorrow. But for today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you. I would like to applaud you for your time and for those also online. And from me and the I Can family, together I can, we can, and together we can make a difference. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Lunch is served out.